distinguished participants, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for being here, connected and participating in this international conference, Mongolia 2020 towards Mongolian 2021, kindly hosted in the Aula Magna of our University of Florence. Distinguished guests, dear scientific committee, speakers, colleagues, and friends, we are glad we are able to overcome many of the difficulties we faced during this challenging period. I really appreciate the efforts that everybody did to be present today. Before opening the conference works, I wish to invite you all to listen to the greetings of our Rector of the University of Florence, Luigi Dei. Please, Rector Luigi Dei, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Mongolia 2020 towards Mongolia 2021 International Workshop and National Seminar. First of all, I would like to thank the two ambassadors of Mongolia to the Italian Republic and of Italy to Mongolia for being connected with us to give their greetings and wishes. I am very happy to give the greetings by our university, which hosts this conference, to all the participants, expressing my gratitude for their important and stimulating contributions I am sure we'll give during these 2 days. Thank also to my colleague, Professor Nadia Breda, who organized the meeting and invited me to open it. As you probably know, the University of Florence has an agreement of cultural and scientific cooperation with the Mongolian State University of Arts and Culture in Ulaanbaatar. And this agreement was signed to be valid until 2024. Mongolia is an emerging country at economic, social, and cultural level, not yet well known here in Italy, and therefore I believe it's important to incentivize and help scholars who are engaged in carrying out researches in the fields correlated with economic, social, and cultural implications associated to this very interesting country. During the first years of the agreement, our team carried out 3 missions in collaboration with our Mongolian partner, developing also strong collaboration with the French scholars at the INALCO, CEMS, Université La Sorbonne, and Collège de France. I would like to mention also that our Humanistic University Library has started specific collection of volumes and monographies about Mongolia, which is truly a very important initiative in the Italian library's scenario. This international workshop and national seminar was born in the frame of such network of collaborations, and we are very glad that our university has been selected as the site where holding the meeting. Unfortunately, we cannot be here all in presence in our Aula Magna, and you cannot enjoy the cultural beauties of our city due to the pandemic that does not allow meetings in presence. You are connected in remote, and this is not a good thing, but as you know, it's the only way we have to not stop research and teaching at the universities. So, welcome technology that helps in continuing our debate, discussions, and ideas circulation. But we feel very much the lack of human and social contacts. and just wishing to everybody of us to reconquer as soon as possible this human and social contact. I would like to wish you an optimum success for this conference and seminar. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey my heartfelt congratulations to Ms. Nadia Breda and her counterparts for successfully organizing this very important event, even during this delicate time of coronavirus pandemic. It's my honor to be part of the first edition of International Workshop, which is a fruit of successful cooperation between University of Florence and Mongolian State University of Arts and Culture. The International Workshop uniting us today is being organized under the theme of culture, society, and environment. These fields are not only significant pillars of nation-state, but also important characteristic of a single country. Regardless of geographical being, humankind only differs through its culture, society, and environment. Getting to know someone's identity facilitates better understanding of way of living. I am sure that the International Workshop will give an enormous impetus to enhance knowledge of Mongolia in Europe. Furthermore, close cooperation between scholars and experts would foster connectivity between Mongolia and Europe, holding historical ties dating back to centuries. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Mongolia and Italy. I wish to highlight that institutional cooperation between our countries has been strengthening significantly in recent years, especially between cultural institutions such as the University of Florence and Mongolian State University of Arts and Culture. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express our readiness to support collaborations and cultural activities which have an importance in exchanging and knowledge broadening between Mongolia and Italy. Once again, I wish you every success to work of this international workshop. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador of Mongolia. Thank you very much. And I now wish to invite the Ambassador of Italy to Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar, Laura Botta, for her appreciated opening greetings. Please, Excellencies, Ambassador Laura Botta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Or?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Sorry, probably it's better if I speak Italian. I know that we have problems.
Can you speak?
Desideriamo ringraziare.
Non capisco.
Desideriamo ringraziare innanzitutto il rettore Luigi Dei dell'Università di Firenze e naturalmente Nadia che ha organizzato questo incontro per noi tutti. È difficile parlare della Mongolia È un paese immenso, ha un territorio equivalente a quello della Francia, della Germania e della Spagna. È un paese molto ricco, soprattutto di minerali, uno dei più grandi produttori al mondo e ha un patrimonio zootecnico di oltre 70 milioni di capi, allevati secondo le tecniche dell'allevamento nomade. Ha un reddito che può raggiungere in alcuni anni livelli di crescita molto elevati. In alcuni anni recenti il 17,29%. Anche nell'ultimo triennio fino al 2019 la crescita variava tra il 5 e il 7%. Sotto il profilo politico i nostri rapporti sono ottimi. Il Kashmir rappresenta oltre l'80% delle nostre importazioni dalla Mongolia. E la bilancia commerciale è in forte attivo per l'Italia. Riuscite a sentire?
Sì, sì, volevamo metterla a tutto schermo.
La tipologia degli allevamenti nomadi e le tecniche che vengono usate rendono la Mongolia una realtà unica al mondo, anche per gli aspetti culturali e sociali, che penso affronterete in questa conferenza. Voglio solo accennare con pochissimi cenni agli sforzi che sta facendo il governo mongolo per la certificazione del Kashmir, ai sostegni che ha dato agli allevatori durante questi difficili mesi. E a due collaborazioni importanti, non so se si continua a sentire.
Sì, si sente bene.
Non so se si continua a sentire.
Sì, sì, bene.
Potete sentire?
Sì? No, aspetta. La sentiamo bene, ambasciatrice.
Scusate. No, volevo solo accennare a due collaborazioni molto importanti. Una è quella del centro tessile, equipaggiamento del centro tessile di Ulaanbaatar con macchinari italiani, una collaborazione finanziata dall'ICE tra due associazioni, una mongola e una italiana, l'ACIMIT. Questo progetto verrà completato entro 6 mesi con la consegna dei macchinari e finalmente giunto al termine dopo una lunghissima gestazione. Il secondo è un importante accordo di un imprenditore italiano con l'Associazione Nazionale Mongola degli Allevatori e degli Utilizzatori del Pascolo e riguarda oltre 80.000 famiglie nomadi e concernerà la tutela dei pascoli e della salute animale, anche la protezione dell'ambiente. Secondo noi è particolarmente importante ed è stato firmato nel 2019. Abbiamo molti altri settori di collaborazione con la Mongolia. Abbiamo un importante progetto in questo momento del CNR, appena iniziato, per la gestione dei rifiuti solidi urbani ad Ulaanbaatar, e 3 milioni di euro finanziati dall'Unione Europea. Vi ricordo anche un importante complesso residenziale quasi ultimato a pochi chilometri dal centro della capitale, è realizzato da una ditta italiana e con materiali italiani. Si tratta dell'architetto Alberto Zatta, ha un valore di molti milioni di euro e si chiama Casa da Vinci. Volevo infine citare che abbiamo avuto un numero record di iscrizioni universitarie in Italia da parte di studenti mongoli quest'anno, e che le collaborazioni universitarie sono una parte importantissima dei nostri rapporti. Cito i programmi che è in corso Trento, l'Università di Trento, e che riguardano la Mongolia. Sono Remix, WeNet e la seconda parte di Remix cofinanziata nuovamente dall'Unione Europea quest'anno. Partirà nei primi mesi del 2021 se le condizioni lo consentiranno. Anche l'Università dell'Aquila ha avuto 2 importanti progetti in Mongolia ormai chiusi, finanziati su Erasmus+, l'Università di Cassino e molto recentemente l'Università di Udine, che ha stipulato un accordo con l'Università di Medicina di Ulaanbaatar. Riguarda le malattie cardiovascolari e probabilmente verrà estesa ai tumori. Abbiamo una cattedra di italiano, l'Università Nazionale Mongola offre un corso di lingua e letteratura italiana con cui collaboriamo, e infine il Ministero degli Esteri ha cofinanziato per la seconda volta 2 progetti etnoantropologici, uno molto importante a Erdenizu. Volevo invitare tutte le università che stanno partecipando, italiane, a fare il massimo per sviluppare le collaborazioni con la Mongolia se è possibile. Vi ringrazio tutti.
Grazie ambasciatrice, grazie di queste notizie e di queste informazioni. Mi sentite? Speakers? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Sabrina? It's okay, okay. After this intervention, I thank you so much, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, for your encouraging greetings. And I would remember to you that this streaming is recorded, and so you can re-listen this first difficult part of this conference, a little difficult in a recorded streaming. And now we have the honor to have connected with us the Professor Robert Hamayon for a message and a greeting. So I wish to leave the floor to Robert Hamayon. Professeur Hamayon, vous pouvez essayer de vous connecter et d'ouvrir l'audio et essayer de lire votre message, sinon je peux le lire pour vous, mais on peut faire la tentative. Madame Roberta Mayong is connected. Dov'è che non la vedo più, però bisogna rimpiccolire Laura Bottano, bisogna rimpiccolire questo. J'arrive, Madame Hamayon, on est en train d'ouvrir votre audio. Ok, Madame Hamayon, là. Le voilà, Robert Hamayon, vous avez la possibilité de parler. Vous pouvez essayer. Et nous avons activé votre micro. Est-ce que vous pouvez essayer de parler une minute? Notre technicien, qu'est-ce qu'elle nous dit? Elle dice che non funziona il suo microfono.
Le micro ne marche pas.
Oh. Only some participants can hear the others. It's a little difficult this moment. I wait for the connection of Roberta Mayon.
Robert, est-ce que tu peux parler?
Voilà, on vous entend. Gaëlle, tu comprends qu'est-ce qui se passe?
En fait, on entend
Vous m'entendez là?
Oui, bien sûr.
Oui, on vous entend.
Ouais. Très bien.
Ah, fantastique, merci madame.
Alors, excusez-moi. C'est un plaisir pour moi que de saluer les organisateurs et les participants de ce colloque autour de la Mongolie. Mais j'entends le son double. C'est pour ça, Nadia, que je pense que c'est mieux si vous le dites vous-même.
Nadia,
si je ferme mon micro. Le son est double, on n'entend pas.
Non, c'est bon, Robert.
C'est bon?
C'est bon, c'est très bon.
Bon, alors je voudrais commencer par féliciter chaleureusement Nadia Breda d'avoir réussi à mener à bonne fin ce projet, malgré les difficultés de la conjoncture actuelle. Son dynamisme et sa ténacité ont su triompher de ces difficultés. Je lui adresse également tous mes vœux pour le succès de cette rencontre, qui sera certainement riche en échanges malgré la distance, et tous mes vœux aussi pour la poursuite des collaborations que vous allez engager. Je profite de ce bref moment pour adresser mon amical souvenir à Augusto Cacopardo, que j'ai vu, qui était dans les organisateurs, que j'avais rencontré lors du festival des hip-hop qu'il avait organisé à Florence en 1996. Je salue tout particulièrement mes jeunes collègues mongolisants de France et d'ailleurs, Gaël Lacaze, Charlotte Marquina, David Smith, Doulam Boumochir. Mes amitiés et mes vœux vont aussi à mes collègues Marie Rouet et Liad Sola, spécialistes de contextes environnementaux similaires, dont le regard comparatif sera sûrement fort précieux lors de cette rencontre. Comme vous le savez, mon expérience de la Mongolie date essentiellement de la période soviétique et les choses ont beaucoup changé depuis, si j'en juge par les informations communiquées par les amis communs connus lors de mes séjours en Mongolie, avec lesquels je suis toujours en contact, ou par les jeunes chercheurs à leur retour du terrain. Or, c'est de l'actualité de ce pays que traite votre colloque, ce qui est une excellente idée. Et j'en félicite Nadia. Il est en effet très utile d'attirer l'attention sur la situation actuelle de la Mongolie face au changement climatique, sur la protection des ressources naturelles et sur l'adaptation à l'économie néolibérale. Ce sont de très importantes questions. Permettez-moi de terminer par un petit souvenir personnel que j'aimerais adresser aux participants de la table ronde qui sera consacrée demain soir, à la fin de votre colloque, au Cachemire. Ce souvenir concerne le Forum des femmes mongoles d'Europe, auquel j'ai eu le plaisir d'assister en juin 2017 à Paris. Les participantes, au nombre d'une quarantaine, étaient toutes des femmes d'affaires, énergiques et créatives. Certaines d'entre elles exerçaient d'importantes fonctions dans la confection, la commercialisation et l'exportation du Cachemire mongol. J'ai la chance de connaître le Cachemire mongol grâce à elles. Il est merveilleux, il est de très grande qualité et je suis heureuse qu'il soit exporté aujourd'hui dans le monde entier. Je vous souhaite à tous de fructueux échanges autour de la Mongolie, pays que j'aime et dont j'aime tant les habitants, la langue, l'histoire et la culture. Bonne journée à tous. Dat begint zijn zeggen. Hoe staan jullie?
Merci Madame Roberta Maillon pour votre chaleureux message. Thank you very much, Roberta Maillon, for his greetings, very, very warm. And now, dear colleagues, speakers and participants, students and kind guests connected online with the University of Florence, we are honored to begin the works for this important event. A very warm welcome to all your speakers who connect today from many different parts of the world. France, Mongolia, Great Britain, Italy, who will talk about their research in Mongolia and the related issues we will cover, extending our interest to Inner Asia, Siberia, Arctic, etc. It is important to highlight in this critical moment when field research and research in general are particularly affected, that today our aim is to contribute to strengthen the network with our partners, our national and international colleagues, the institution that you represent, in order to shed light on this important field of study, Mongolian studies. We are grateful today for the collaboration of these countries and for the presence of the most experienced European researchers, many of whom are long-time scholars in Mongolian studies, established experts with extremely refined and recognized knowledge on the international scene. Our works will continue tomorrow with the first national seminar in which various Italian scholars who have crossed their research interest with Mongolia will be brought together to conclude with a roundtable that, for the first time, brings together researchers and industrialists to discuss the topic of the Kashmir exchange and the issues it raises in an interesting territory such as Mongolia. This will be one of our further researcher topic in the coming times. Sorry that I have to stop some mic. C'è qualcuno col microfono acceso, Sabri? C'è qualcuno col microfono acceso, penso sia lei. Chiudere il microfono. Peut-être... No. Scriviamolo qua. Okay. Now, I would like to briefly explain how this international seminar was born. Thanks to the presence at Florence University of students from Mongolia, of whom Sabrina Tosi-Cambini, that helped us organize this seminar with me, Sabrina Tosi-Cambini and I were thesis supervisors. We got passionate about these research topics, and gradually a deep bond was established between our institution and Mongolian ones, a country emerging in the world scene, of which we still know little in Italy. We then signed a scientific and cultural collaboration agreement between the University of Florence and the Mongolian National University of Arts and Culture of Ulaanbaatar, and we carried out 3 research missions in collaboration with colleagues from Mongolia in 2017 and 2018, with visit to Mongolia on our part and the presence of the visiting professor Miandas in Italy. During the years 2018 and 19, I was able to conduct my work at the Laboratoire d'Anthropologie Sociale in Paris, directed by Philippe Descola, developing a close collaboration with the French experts of Collège de France, INALCO, SEMS, and Sorbonne Paris. On that occasion, a conference in the Musée du Quai Branly was held entitled Distance and Speed, Rethinking the Imaginative Potential of Space and Velocity in Inner Asia, where I was lucky and pleased to meet various British scholars well known on the international Mongolia studies scene. Then the Humanistic Library of the University of Florence began a project, following my suggestion, for a collection of monographies dedicated to Mongolia, which fills a gap in the Italian national panorama. Further, in our study courses in Florence, we have begun, Sabrina Tosi-Cambini and me and I, to introduce themes and seminars about Mongolia. Italy has recently joined this field of studies, and we are very willing to contribute to create and enlarge a network of connections and contribution to Mongolian studies. It is important to mention the strong commitment that has involved, in particular, the three countries of Mongolia, France, and Italy during the process leading to this event of today. We also wish to strongly welcome the participation of our British colleagues. We look forward to offering a deeper knowledge of Mongolia in Italy and in Europe, making this international collaboration visible and profitable among all partners wishing to join this partnership by bringing their contribution. Our meeting aims to discuss new issues involving Mongolia in the contemporary international and global panorama. Different issues will be tackled, from climate change problems to issues of language and school for nomadic population, from political and economic matters to cultural and symbolic themes, up to topics close to our territory, related to commercial trade, being Tuscany a strong importer of the cashmere production from Mongolia. So we will listen today with great attention to your paper about your fields of interest, your fieldwork and archive research, your results, temporary or extended, in relation to Mongolia and these related themes. I here also wish to strongly thank our university for having supported the realization of this event and for making this magnificent room available for us. I wish to thank, together with our rector and director of the Sagas department where I work, our director will be present tomorrow. I will wish to thank rectorship secretary, the technician of the visual laboratory and the press office of the University of Florence, who supported us in the organization of this event. I also wish to thank the Embassy of Mongolia to France, Paris, for supporting us in designing this meeting. We hope to be able to rely on their future collaboration and contribution to the International Conference Mongolia 2021, which will build upon the work done during these 2 days of today and tomorrow, as well as upon proposal that we hope will arise following the present events. We also sincerely thank the Honorary Consul of Mongolia in Tuscany, Dr. Piero Bardazzi, who in previous time, when Italy did not yet have its embassy in Mongolia, did a great job and effort connecting the two countries. I also wish to thank my friend and colleague Nicole Revel for having brought to my attention the Mongolian epic poetry. Thank you. Students from Turin, Naples, and Florence are following us in streaming connection. The group Student for Mongolia, which I organize from the University of Florence, will be at our side at the end of this conference to continue the work, in particular for the opening of our lab of anthropology of Mongolia. At this regard, I here wish to announce that we will soon have a website hosted in the University of Florence platform. In conclusion, I thank all the participants once more. I wish everybody a very good work, and I open the panel, leaving the floor to our first partner of the agreement, the colleagues of Mongolian National University of Arts and Culture, represented by Professor Bayara, Director of the School of Culture, and by Mayandas Jambaldorj, Head of the Department of Cultural Heritage Studies. Please, Professor Bayara, the floor is yours.
Can you hear?
Please open the mic, please.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much for the kind invitation to join this meeting. And I would like to convey you our warmest greetings on behalf of the Mongolian National University of Arts and Culture. So let me introduce people who are sitting behind me, because it's your colleagues, your partners with whom you were working during your visit to Mongolia. So Mendes, who is a former head of the Department of Cultural Studies at our university, and the main person who has been collaborating with you on the project. Next person is Mukhjaral. She's current head of the Department of Cultural Studies, and she's going to be a person in contact with this project, and she will continue our collaboration. And next people sitting there are Professor Ganjarov and Ingsahan, who also teach at the Department of Cultural Studies. So our today's presentation, our very brief speech, will go in two parts, because I have been asked to briefly introduce our university and the department, and our presentation will be carried on by Professor Mendes, who has been running this project. So I would like to ask you to pay attention to our small presentation. So Mongolian National University of Arts and Culture is a public, So Mongolian National University of Arts and Culture is the only university level public higher educational institution in the field of arts and culture of Mongolia. It has been founded in 1990, and this year we're going to celebrate our 30th anniversary. Yeah. And it's the university which consists of 6 schools, and where we have School of Fine Arts and Design, School of Dance Arts, Music Arts, Theatre Arts, School of Broadcasting and Media Arts, and School of Culture, which we are. And also we have 25 departments working in different fields of arts and culture. And here we, at School of Culture, we have Department of Cultural Studies, which is our collaboration body with the Florence University. And also for your interest, you may attention to that we have a research institute where Professor Mendes is working now. She's she's the head of Department of Cultural Heritage Studies. Besides these bodies, we have also some research centers, which include Theatre Education Innovation Center, Dance Study Innovation Center, and Creative Industry Innovation Center. the last one is also is a part of our university. So we have 62 academic programs, out of which 26 are in bachelor degree training and 34 in MA and 2 in doctorate programs. So in terms of statistics, at the present time, we are a university with more than 685 teachers, including full-time, part-time and teachers and our staff. And we have more than 4,000 students, which are mostly, of course, at BA level, and some of them are at doctorate and MA. But here you see at at BA we have more than 3,000 students, and MA level is almost 400. So it's how we are, what we are in terms of our students and teaching staff. And as a university which aims to work internationally, we have developed quite good relationship with several internationally recognized professional associations, and also with some partner institutions working in the field of arts and culture. And also we have good collaboration with higher educational institutions, also well recognized in the field of arts and culture all around the world. And just to give some essence of what we do related to culture, we are showing here you a slide related to Culture Nadam, Nomadic Arts Festival, which we are organizing since 2008. So it's actually very practical, very interesting platform where we try to introduce our arts and culture to all people interested in it, especially the foreigners, our younger generation, and tourists visiting Mongolia, and also those people who are interested in research, in doing research in the field of arts and culture of Mongolia. So this Culture Nadam is actually an event where we try to animate our arts and cultural heritage in its artistic and its other practical forms. So it's a kind of a village where we try to bring all different features of arts and culture, starting from fine arts, going to even cultural studies, where all the visitors of a Culture Nadam site could try themselves to do the things related to culture, try to also animate the things where, like, different cultural rituals, different kind of traditions which we have inherited from our ancestors. So it's just a few pictures where we're trying to just to raise your interest in different activities which we helped organize at our university. And also the other interesting thing is our university has its own summer camp, which is located 70 kilometers away from Ulaanbaatar, where we could have some different kind of international events with our international partners. So the last very brief information I would like to give to you is what is our international collaboration. I mean the collaboration of our Department of Culture with its international colleagues. So the department has a very deep and very productive collaboration with several high universities in Russian Federation. We could name the St. Petersburg State University, the second biggest university in Russia, the St. Petersburg State University of Arts and Culture, and East Siberian State Institute of Culture. We have developed several interesting projects with those colleagues from with our colleagues from those institutions, which was like an international forum, let's say bridge of culture, and different kind of international joint conferences where we try to explore Russia-Mongolia cultural interaction in the context of globalization. We tried also to explore issues related to cultural identity and interaction, intercultural communication things, and also we try to see and find out some common roots in our cultural history and etc. And this time we are very much pleased to have this agreement of cultural and scientific cooperation between the University of Florence and our university, which has been signed in the year of 2017. And it has been started with big support from initiative, I would say, with big initiative from the graduate of Florence University, Tsitsik Batar, who's our graduate also, and with a collaboration has been developed quite well by Mendes, who used to be our former head of the department. So I'm not going to tell anything related to the agreement or to the project of cooperation, because Mendes is going to be next speaker who's going to introduce these outcomes, some very first outcomes of the project. And that's the photo. And ما أوريخ بتني ورستخدم لا هذا حاج ساشا خوتها حاج جورن. And with this, I would like just to thank you for your attention. I would like to wish success to our meeting. And I would like to give the floor to Mendes, who's going to present some very, detailed outcomes of our collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Professor Bayra. I'm sorry. So I'm very happy to see again, to meet Nadia Breda, Professor Nadia Breda, and also Professor Sabrina Tosikambini. Thank you very much for inviting us and for the meeting and for the international workshop. And also I'm very happy, very successful continuing our joint project. So I want to say just a few ideas about our joint project. So if you see first my picture slide is, if you remember Nadia and Sabrina, this was first our joint expedition in Hope School in Chatang. It was very difficult, but if you remember, it was very difficult and very important expeditions, our first joint expedition. So, and second, I want to point one meeting, and when I was a visiting professor in Florence, and I had the chance to meet Professor Ercilla Menicini. She is a director of the Department of Education and Philosophy, and it was also one of plane in visiting in Florence. So we are at this time we are talking about exchange students program, and bachelor degree, and also exchange visiting or exchange program between Florence and Mongolian National University of Culture. And next is I visited in Florence is a museum, National Museum of Anthropology. So, can you hear me, Sabrina? What happened? Is okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, and also I visit in Museum of Anthropology in Florence, and also in Florence. So I give the presentation, the ethnic composition of contemporary Mongolia and the Mongolian museums. And also next, and also I visit in Rome and the Museo della Civita. And also I visited with Professor Nadia in Venezia. Also, we visited with Professor. I visited with Professor in Sabrina Viso del Tesota. I'm speaking in Italian. So all there are visiting during the visiting, not during the visiting professor. We had some of conclusion, and we are planning to do next. We are planning to do many some of research programs, such as to planning to study books about Mongolia were exhibited in the Museum of Civilization Italy. And next also to realize exchange program of professors School of Culture bachelor degree, and also to realize joint research such as and between anthropologists and on the theme Mongols, and also to planning to some of program like in Switch, if you remember, Sabrina, and also we are planning to communication between to make some of research work and under theme communication between natural and human and with Nadia, Professor Nadia, and also we are planning to change to research program under change the urban culture. So I'm very happy to. I hope we are will to realize there are programs, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bayara and Professor Miandas, for your suggestion. Very useful and important for strengthen our agreement. Thank you very much. Now I invite Mr. Dulambu Mochir for his speech and try to take the floor. The floor is yours, Mr. Dulam.
Hello.
Hello. We can hear.
Hello everyone. I'm very happy to participate in this meeting, and I'm grateful to Professor Nadia Bredar and our colleagues at the Mongolian National University of Arts and Culture organizing this event. And I'm really happy to see my friends and colleagues from different parts of Europe, from France, from UK, from Italy. I see my old friends, Mark Brightman, my tutor David Sneed, Professor Robert Amayan, Gael Lacaz, Arkina, many others, like many people I know for some years. Well, just to briefly introduce myself.
Sorry, Dolan Bumochi, sorry if I intervene. We can't see you. Can you open your video, please? Or try?
You mean open my microphone?
The mic is okay, the video no.
The video?
The video. We can't see you.
You can't see me, okay.
Can you try? Only the video. I see you. No.
What do I do to share? Do I share it? Or?
Prima l'abbiamo visto.
Se ce l'ha, glielo puoi attivare anche tu, ma dovrebbe, però è un problema suo probabilmente. Vediamo.
I see myself in the camera, but I guess you guys are not seeing me. Is it the problem?
Sì, l'abbiamo visto prima. Forse interrompo.
Sorry, I'm quite new to this room and still trying to figure out.
One minute, we are training. Trying.
FaceTime HD camera? No.
Wait. 1 minute.
Settings.
The video will start in few minutes. The message is this. Mr. Dulam, you can continue without video. It's okay for you?
That's okay for me. It's actually better. Sorry about that. Somehow I see myself, but I don't know why other people don't see me. Maybe I have to do something in the settings or something. Anyways, my name is Bumochi Dulam, and I'm from the National University of Mongolia. I'm here at the Department of Anthropology and Archaeology. Currently, I'm chairing the department. Just to introduce the department before I introduce myself, it's a department, we have about 12 faculty members, and we have archaeologists, biological anthropologists, and social and cultural anthropologists. And we have programs in the field of archaeology and also in the field of anthropology in 3 levels: bachelor, master's, and PhD. Briefly, that's the department, and we are the only anthropology department in the country. We have other archaeologists working at the National University of, at the Mongolian Academy of Sciences and other universities, but not many anthropologists. Just to briefly introduce myself, I've been doing research in pastoralism, environment, mining, popular mobilization against mining, nationalism, national economy, neoliberalism in Mongolia, neoliberal policies, nationalism. This is what I've been doing in the past couple of years. The last work I worked is a monograph published from the UCL Press. It's just published in May 2020. It's quite new. The name of the book is The State, Popular Mobilization and Gold Mining in Mongolia. And I try to elaborate conflict between gold mining and popular mobilizations in Mongolia, and how the state or the government try to pacify or try to manage, solve problems and conflicts appeared between local mobilizations against mining and gold mining companies. And in this book, I try to understand how different groups in Mongolia shape the so-called neoliberal policies. So basically, I've been trying to understand how, not only how the global neoliberal economy has been shaping Mongolia, but also how different groups such as popular mobilizations, nationalist groups, gold mining, international NGOs, donor organizations shape neoliberal policies in Mongolia. So that's what I've been trying to do. Also, I've been working on nationalism. Currently, nationalism is becoming my research interest. I developed several articles, some of them are just published, and some more articles coming. What I'm trying to understand is the nationalist sources, cultural sources of nationalist sentiments in Mongolia. So my angle is nationalism have different cultural resources or historical resources in different places, and particularly in Mongolia, we find some fascinating cultural, let's say, elaborations or cultural justifications to explain nationalism. For example, in my latest work, which will appear in a journal article around the end of the year, I try to understand how Mongolians use stories of horses returning from different places, for example, from Europe or Vietnam, from China or Russia, back to Mongolia. And there are different stories and films produced about those horses. And many authors, producers claim that, well, even horses in Mongolia, they return home. They have this attachment to their birthplace. And why not some Mongolians do not understand that? So basically, this is kind of a Mongolian way of understanding current nationalist movements. According to those who are producing films, different stories about horses, and some of the films won some international prizes. They claiming that, well, we can actually learn how to love our home country from horses. And I call this animalification of nationalism. I'm not sure whether it's a very nice term or not, but it is. What I mean with animalification of nationalism is using animals to understand nationalist sentiments. So this is basically what I've been doing in the past couple of months. Before that, I also worked on other papers, again, trying to understand some of the nationalist sources of nationalism. The last thing which I would like to address here is nation state in Mongolia, and I'm trying to understand what, well, different discussions and discourses going around the term post-global world order. So the question is globalization ending? Are we now about to enter a new world order? And if we are in a post-global or post-neoliberal era, it's a question mark. What changes are waiting for us ahead? So, for example, the government of Mongolia, politicians, they are becoming more and more nationalistic, I would say. And it seems to me that we are maybe departing from the neoliberal order to a new era, which can be called probably the era of nation states. It's all kind of quite rough, but this is what we are learning from what is happening in the world now. For example, the COVID-19, and everyone's basically questioning, okay, can we have globalization? Can we have free market? Can we have neoliberalism? Is the neoliberal free market order helping the world order? Can this neoliberal order continue further, or is it going to stop here, or is it going to change? If it is going to change, how it is going to change, and what will happen? So I'm basically trying to explore a little bit around these questions and how Mongolia is reacting, or how Mongolia is re-establishing its social and political order in accordance to what is happening in the globe. I'm not sure whether I made myself clear. This is quite a rough sketch of what I am trying to do and trying to study probably in the next couple of months or next couple of years, maybe. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dulan Bumuchir. Your studies are very important and complex and very extended, and we hope to have many occasions of collaboration with you. Thank you very much. And now,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to you. And now I have connected Charlotte Marquina from INALCO in Paris. Charlotte, can you hear me? Can you connect? And try to... Good morning, Charlotte.
Good morning. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can see and hear very, very well. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I hear everything double. Is this normal? Okay, do you hear me well?
All is okay, Charlotte, all is okay.
Okay, so I teach at INALCO, where I'm an associate professor in Mongolian studies. And so for those who don't know, INALCO, it's a university in France where we teach about 100 languages, and we have a bachelor program in Mongolian studies with about 30 students who have different kinds of interests, such as anthropology, linguistics, translation, international relations. And so my research focus is on anthropology, cultural anthropology, and I work mainly on nomadic pastoralism in Mongolia and also in southern Siberia among the Buryats, and more specifically the Aga Buryats. And so I don't know if I can share some pictures. how can I proceed?
Condividi contenuto, Charlotte. Condividi contenuto. Here, this. The box with the little...
Oh, sorry, I can't see how I can do this.
No problem.
Oh. So I'm sorry. I don't know how to show you the pictures, but so I've been conducting field work over the last 12 years. There's a share button, yeah, but then I have the choice between share a folder or share a file or share a whiteboard.
Toi, le temps, pas de problème.
Should I share the file or share the board?
Quel est le problème, Charlotte?
Well, no, okay, I'll try to share, but anyway. So I've been conducting fieldwork in different parts of Mongolia, mainly in the provinces of Arhangai and also in Western Mongolia and in the Gobi region of in the province of Dorongol. And also in southern Siberia among the Agaburyats. So my research topics are about the evolutions of nomadic pastoralism in terms of nomadic patterns and movements. And also in regard to climate change. So I've been working with several methods such as GPS records when I mapped some migration routes, nomadic itineraries of Mongolian herds and herders. Okay, I'm sorry, I apparently have connection issues. Can you see me? I'm really sorry. I'm at the countryside. It's really a difficult situation.
Charlotte, tu peux voir ma flèche here?
So, wait.
Tu peux voir ma flèche
oui,
here?
Bon,
this is the bottom for the condivision of your...
Ouais. Par contre, j'entends un écho. I hear a very strong echo. Okay, should I go on? Try to go on. So, do you hear me now? Okay, I'm everything. Don't hear. Should I try again?
Après avoir fait ça, tu peux faire condividi file. condividi file. Après ça, condividi file et tu vas dans ton desktop où tu veux. In francese, sì? Sicuro? Ok. Non lo vede?
Okay, so maybe I should just speak. Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Do you want to reprend with your speech?
Okay. So if you hear me, maybe just I can speak while it loads. So I worked on the spatial dimensions of nomadic pastoralism, maybe so in several provinces of Mongolia. I studied the nomadization or migration patterns and routes, their evolution over time in relation to also climatic changes and the disappearance of rivers, for example. And so I mapped this with GPS, and I published part of this work in a book published in France last year called Nomad's Land, and the publication is planned in English probably next year. I also worked on the triadic relations between herders, the animals, and the landscape, and in particular the relations of herders to the nutak, that is the homeland of herders, and how humans and animals, herders and animals, share a common nutak, a common homeland, and how they live daily in this nutak, and how through repeated movements and routines they co-shape this nutak together. There is this dynamic co-shaping of the nutak and of the landscape through, for example, paths and roads that are created in daily routines. I also worked on the human-animal relations that unfold in the landscape, whether those animals are dead, such as, for example, depositing horse skulls on cairns, stone piles, such as ovos, and so how this human-animal relations unfolds in the landscape. But also how this human-animal relations takes place in the landscape while the animals are alive. So I worked also on human-dog relations and the sense of territory among dogs, and when they protect the encampments, and And I compared this with the situation on the other side of the Mongolia-Russia border, and especially so with the Aga-Buryats, and to look at what politics and also different economic and social, political context does due to those human-animal relations. That was, say, part of the work that was published last year, and I also worked during my PhD thesis, which I defended now some years ago. I worked on multi-species ethnography, and so more squarely human-animal relations in a multi-sensory approach. That is, how do humans and animals concretely live together, communicate? What does this imply in terms of attribution of intelligence and of emotions? And so I worked on human-animal micro interactions, mainly through tools such as photography and ethnographic film documentaries, and to look at how humans and animals, herds and animals, touch each other, communicate orally with each other. For example, what kind of vocalizations do herders use with their animals? How do they touch their animals? How do they manipulate their animals? How do they feed them? How do they use smell and taste? And for example, how they throw things at animals, how they learn from a young age, also all those movements and attitudes towards animals. And so I also worked on close cooperation between humans and animals, especially with the orgachmur, that is the lasso pole horse. So what are the horse riding techniques of the Mongolian herders? How do they install a cooperation with an animal, and what does this imply in terms of how do you call it, mind theory and those kind of things? So I'm sorry I can't show you the pictures because I had a lot of pictures. And so I'm interested in all those micro interactions which you can see at stake. For example, when you see a drunken rider riding his horse, and how he managed to get home without too much trouble, thanks to his horse, who can manage the balance of his rider and knows, of course, the way home. And this is maybe I can then follow up with what Bumachir said about the sense of homeland of the horses and their capacity of getting back to the encampment in an autonomous way, because I also worked on this, and we already had discussions before with Bumachir about animal agency, animal autonomy, and I'm glad to see that we will probably have very further discussions about horses and their sense of homeland and getting back to a place, for example. And so my current research projects involve more multidisciplinary collaborative work with biochemistry, archaeology, to work on the long-term evolution of mobility of Mongolian pastoralism and use geochemical tools to trace mobility and to see how we can reconstruct maybe mobility patterns in the past. We also have a project with different institutions, the National Museum of Natural History in Paris, but also the Mongolian Academy of Science, the Institute of Archaeology, and we would also like to work on animal diversity among the herds. That is, how do herders perceive animal diversity? Why do they need animal diversity? What kind of animal diversity are they looking at and are they looking for? And what does this imply in terms of animal selection, inbreeding, and animal circulation. Where do they get the animals from, and with whom do they exchange animal? Where do they buy them from, etc. So this is a new project in which we'd like to compare situations in different countries, such as also India and Kyrgyzstan and Niger and other countries of the world. So I don't know if this is also a kind of a rough sketch of what I'm working on right now, and I'm really looking forward to hearing all the contributions of the other participants and taking part in the discussions.
Thank you very much, Charlotte Marchina. Your studies are very original, and the question of the help of GPS is very interesting also. You know, you are my reference for the studies on relation between humans and non-humans. So thank you very much, Charlotte. The time is very running. I leave the floor to David Smith. Good morning, Professor Smith. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome to everyone. I hope you can hear me all right. I'm going to try and share a screen. And I may fail, as Charlotte has just done, but I'll try. Okay, that failed. Let me try another route. I have no idea if this is going to work. Let's see. It says that it's loading the file, so we'll see if that is actually true. Now, Can anybody see a file of some sort? All right. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not sure exactly how to move through this PowerPoint presentation, but I'll try to. So my name's David Smith. I'm the director of the Mongolia and Inter-Asia Studies Unit here at Cambridge, and I'm an anthropologist and a member of the anthropology department here. I've got a long-standing interest in mobile pastoralism and the livestock sector in Mongolia, as well as many other topics, increasingly drawn into the extraordinary development of nationalism and forms of nationalism that Bumocha mentioned. And of course, no one really can work in Mongolia now without facing and confronting the broader, newer political economy that we could call neoliberal. So I share many interests with previous presenters, and of course my work started with the livestock, so I share a lot of Charlotte's interests too. Now let's see if we can go to the second slide somehow. Yeah, so of course I thought I'd just say a few words. None of this will be very original. Almost everybody will know this story, but I thought I'd just run through it quickly, since, as I understand it, one of the aims of this wonderful international workshop is to look at the challenges that might face sustainable livestock sector in the future in Mongolia, particularly with respect to cashmere. So obviously here are some prize-winning Terthin Yama goats that produce Nolder cashmere. These are particularly wonderful examples. They won prizes in Uvarhangai Ermag. Many goats are not quite as splendid as this. But the question is, how will cashmere continue to be produced in Mongolia, and what challenges face pastoralists in doing this? And I argue that we could now see in the 21st century the Mongolian pastoral sector facing a kind of triple exposure to risk, which is very grave difficulty for the future sustainability of this sector. First of all, there's the market fluctuations for the livestock products themselves. I'm sure everyone knows that the crash in cashmere prices in the early part of this century caused an enormous drop in the livelihoods of many pastoral families who, of course, have become increasingly dependent, particularly in the sort of central and southern airmugs, on cashmere production for cash within their domestic economies. So I think the price virtually halved, and the result obviously was a catastrophic decline in people's incomes. So one obvious threat is the market fluctuation in the prices. And this is something which clearly Mongolian state and other states are aware of, but within the broader market economy of a neoliberal order, it is hard to see how, other than the sort of dampening effects of subsidies, it's difficult to see how this sort of fluctuation can easily be guarded against for the pastoralists throughout the rest of the 21st century, unless there was really bold new political thinking about the relationship between the economy, the market, and people's livelihoods. Another obvious vulnerability, another exposure to risk, is the dzod, and also gang, that is the winter losses of dzod, very harsh winters, and actually droughty conditions in the summer, which are increasingly a problem. And there's a third kind of risk which has crept in, and many of us, many friends and colleagues have also done some work on this, and that is debt. Because increasingly, Mongolia as a nation, and most Mongolian households have very considerable levels of debt. So if the interest rates on loans increase, this can add to the burdens and challenges facing pastoral producers. So on a bad year, we could imagine if these three vulnerabilities coincide, we might get some really serious problems for Mongolian pastoralists. Now, the dzod that we mentioned has become a chronic, sort of endemic problem within the Mongolian livestock sector since the 1990s. We're all aware of it. I mean, the BBC News slide you see there, it was 2016. That was the last big one that hit the international news lines. But we all know that somewhere in one airmug or another, there's a bit of dzod every 2 or 3 years. So dzod has become a kind of chronic problem. But of course, as everyone knows, this is not really something which is inevitable. Before the 1990s, in the centrally planned economy, the same winters occurred, but they had much, much less serious consequence for pastoral producers. If you look at what's happened since the end of the collective period, we can see an extraordinarily rapid rise, but also sharp and catastrophic drops in total livestock numbers. So again, everyone will be familiar with this picture, but if you look at the red line, which is the total number of livestock heads, obviously there's many ways you could calculate the total grazing load to do with bogmal and the larger bodmal. But anyway, as a sort of rough aggregate, we can see the red line. And throughout the collective period, this was controlled at a certain level, sort of between something like 20, 25 million head of livestock nationally. But with the end of the collective period, we get these very rapid rises and rapid fluctuations. So the collapse of the old order has brought about a really unprecedented level of livestock in the country, as well as associated difficulties. And the distribution of livestock that we can see here gives a sense of who is owning these animals. This is back in this is more than 10 years ago now, but the picture has sort of stabilized by the early 20th century. You can see there that the biggest bar on the left that is the 0 to 100. So although the herding arrangements may not be the same as the ownership arrangements, nevertheless, the ownership is characterized by very large numbers of people owning small herds, economically unviable herds, really. they have to be combined with other people's herds to create a kind of income that could sustain a family. So some endemic chronic problems that everybody here is aware of. In the past, many of these risks didn't really exist. Debt wasn't a serious problem for most households. Almost everybody was an employee of either a Sanganadjahwe state farm or a Negdel collective. Zod was not a very serious problem. Of course, it could be a big problem for one or two collective farms, but it didn't ruin the livelihoods of the people working there, since most of the livestock lost belonged to the Negdel or the state. So the old system organized pastoralism in a way that provided a huge economy of scale. It controlled, and you can see, I'm afraid to say, a rather blurry and indistinct little map, but it'll give you a sense of a typical district or sum with different areas of grazing. And the different production brigades were moved to the brigade would move to different areas of grazing at different times. They were supplied with fodder in the winter. And the result was a high-tech, a capital-intensive form of pastoralism, highly skilled. There were a lot of zootech technicians. This was a capital-intensive, high off-take system, very efficient in many ways, a very efficient pastoral sector. It kept the total numbers relatively controlled, but it produced an awful lot of livestock products, and it benefited from the economies of scale. And unfortunately, much of this was lost with the move to decollectivization. As I say, this is not news to most people. This is repeating the obvious. Apologies for that. But what about before that time? Well, if you look at the pre-revolutionary period, I just wanted to quickly give a sense of those mechanized support. It looks a bit antique to us now in the 21st century, but in the 80s and still early 90s, these kinds of Russian-made motor support was really helpful, really important for the pastoral sector. But before that, before the collectives, in pre-revolutionary pastoralism, we saw large units that were effectively owned by princely, aristocratic or monastic authorities. And these also regulated movements. So again, the detail of the map is unimportant and you can't make it out. I only included it to give a sense of the principle involved. That is, this particular map, which is Lamin Gagurn Khosho, which a Russian geographer named Simakov carefully studied in the 30s when the system was still operational, and shows these are big, sophisticated systems, also capturing economies of scale and moving different herds, specialized herds, like all the horses together to different pastures in a seasonal cycle, which was regulated and managed centrally. And this seems to also have been, from what we can gather, a pretty efficient system. And there are some reasons for that. This is a map that shows not rainfall, but the variability of rainfall. So it's very difficult, I'm afraid, particularly with this at this scale, for you to see the boundaries. But you may see at the bottom some bright yellows, greens and reds, and those are the regions with the highest variability in the amount of rainfall. They fluctuate the most. You can also maybe see a little patchwork of black lines, and I'm sorry that you can't make out any detail, but those are the boundaries of pre-revolutionary Mongolian districts, the Khosho, the banners. And you can see a sort of a pattern there. So Mongolian districts roughly correspond to the amount of variability. The areas with very high variability tended to be large, allowing for plenty of mobile movement, so that when patchy resources appeared as a result of rainfall arriving in one place and not the other, then pastoralists could move to that and make use of it. So it supports the idea that mobility is helpful, but of course mobility was possible under a certain political economy. It requires authorities, district authorities, to regulate and permit movement for these kinds of systems to operate. At least this is what we've found to date, historically, looking at Mongolia. So let's move to the other kind of exposure in actually existing market Mongolia, not, if you like, the theoretical neoliberal paradise that some dreamed of when Ochirabat and other politicians promised Mongolia would join the tiger economies of Asia. But the reality is, unfortunately, that most rural families are in debt. So again, 2007, some time ago now, but still, getting on for $2,500 of household debt was a lot of money then, and I think it's only got more. The population who live below the poverty line is sort of stabilizing at around between 30 to 40%. It fluctuates, and with the boom, it reduces, thankfully. But still, there's a lot of people who are pretty close to that poverty line in Mongolia now. So I'll finish now. I don't want to use up too much time. I think we've probably only got about 15 minutes each. So I'll try to finish now. But I think the questions that my sort of interests suggest are the first one: can a household-based livestock sector be productive and sustainable, given that climatic variation may increase in the future? Lots of models suggest that not just temperature, but also rainfall and wind speed, wind is a very important factor, are likely on average to increase in this part of Asia in the future. So then, what scale and type of institutions are best suited to Mongolia's circumstances and best able to respond to variability? Now, I have my own views on that. I won't bore everyone with them, but I think we can learn from what the collectives, the Nugdals and Sanganadjahui, did successfully in the past. We perhaps should bear that in mind for the future. And so lastly, what sorts of property regimes would be needed for large-scale pastoral systems in the future? And that's that broader political economy, the frame which places some things in private ownership, others in public ownership. Getting that balance right to sustain pastoralism in the future, I think, will be a major challenge for Mongolian policymakers. But it's not actually clear how much room they will have to maneuver. After all, the government itself has very considerable debts. So it may be that they will have to listen very closely to the international organizations that have lent them the money when they try to design domestic policy. Okay, I'll stop there. And I'll try to undo this sharing. I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Perhaps as hosts, you can stop everyone seeing my shared PowerPoint now. Okay, somebody else's PowerPoint. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Smith. Your study are very fundamental for us. We hope to have occasion to collaborate together. The topic is very challenging. Your questions are fundamental. We hope to be able to put in relation our starting studies with your fundamental study. That touch very heart of question of the relationship between climate change and nomadism. Sorry, the time is going very fast. I have to give the floor to Professor Marie Rouet, if it is connected with us. I ask Professor Marie Rouet to take the floor, and thank you very much also, Professor Smith. No, non mi ha sentito. Do you hear me, Professor? Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Did you hear my thing? No.
Are you talking to me?
Sorry, wait. Hanno sentito? Hanno sentito quello che gli ho detto? Hai sentito? Hai sentito? Non si sentiva. Ripeti, scrivilo in chat. I can repeat, sorry, maybe a problem with the audio. Sorry, thank you, Professor Smith, very much for your speech, very important. We know that your studies are very fundamental for us. We hope to have the occasion to collaborate together. The topic that you affront is very challenging, and your questions are fundamentals. We hope to be able to put in relation our only starting studies with your fundamental study. You touch the very heart of the question of relation between climate change and nomadism. This is very interesting for us. Sorry that the time is going very fast. I call Professor Marie Rouet from Musée National d'Histoire Naturelle de Paris. Est-ce que Marie Rouet nous entend? Please, Marie Rouet, take the floor, if it is possible. Come facciamo a rimpicciolire lui? Marie Rouet was connected before. Here, okay. Marie, okay. Open your mic, it is okay. We can see you. On peut te voir, ouvre le micro et c'est vraiment tous okay.
No,
Okay, Marie Rouet. Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Marie Rouet? Marie, tu peux nous écouter? Quel est le problème? On avait Marie Rouet avant. Which is the problem, Marie? Maybe she is starting the condivision of the sharing of video, and this is a problem. This platform is not so easy, I think, for sharing. There is some problems with this platform. Marie, you can try after Mark Brightman, maybe. Maybe there is some problem with the connection also with France. This is also another problem today. Today is a very difficult day for Italian and France. Mark Brightman, maybe you are connected. Mark Bradman, thank you very much. The floor is yours. We will attend. We will wait for Marie Rouet after Mark Bradman. Please, Mark Bradman, the floor is yours. We can see you.
Thank you, Nadia.
And heard you. It's okay.
Thank you. Hello. Can everybody hear me? Good. Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me. It's I have to admit to feeling a little bit out of place because I'm not a specialist of Mongolia at all. So I'm going to be very brief. And I'll just introduce myself. I mean, this is all extremely interesting for me. But what my contribution will be, we'll have to see really. So I'm a professor of anthropology at the University of Bologna in the Department of Cultural Heritage, and anthropology is relatively new in our department actually. There are only 3 anthropologists here at the moment, myself, Vanessa Grotti, and Vincenzo Matera, but and also the various members of our research teams. So we have a number of postdocs in the department as well, and PhD students in anthropology. So it's a kind of new anthropology department, if you like, and we're creating a laboratory of social and cultural anthropology, which will have its own seminar series and so on. So those anthropologists in the audience, I know not everybody is an anthropologist, but you will hopefully have the chance to participate in some of the things that we'll be doing in the next few years. My research is mostly about Amazonia. At least I started out as an Amazonia specialist, studying political leadership and environmental conservation. Well, I just say how the interest of Mongolia and Northeast Asia more broadly for me it has a strong comparative interest, largely because of common elements like shamanism and animism, for example, though they take very different forms in these different regions. This is one comparative interest that I have with Mongolia, and one reason why this project is interesting for me. But my current research is mostly in the field of economic anthropology, and I have a large project right now on essentially the financialization of international development and environmental conservation, and on impact investing. So I have I mean, this is a global project, which is not just about the Amazon, but it's involves many different countries. Although within the project, China is the closest we get to Mongolia, actually. But we have a broad interest in the effects of financialization on small-scale societies. So apart from animism and shamanism and neoliberalism, which of course is a topic of global interest, another point of comparison that and something that fascinates me about Mongolia is gold mining and the implications of gold mining in the context of an animist ontology, as it were. So a few years ago, various anthropologists, including myself and Vanessa Grotti, developed some comparisons of these common elements in Amazonia and Northeast Asia. And as Morten Petersen suggested at the time, these included things like continuity between humans and non-humans, shamanistic cosmology, sometimes an egalitarian ethos and a relatively unbounded potential for identification between different species. So if, sorry about the background noise, the walls are rather thin in my office, so I hope you can hear me okay. If animism was characterized by the attribution of human features like personhood, intentionality, and so on to non-human entities, then this common trait expressed itself in different ways in the two regions. So in many Amazonian societies, being human appears to be a subjective attribute. So what if a creature that appears to us to be a peccary, a wild pig, from his own point of view, it's understood to have human kinship relations, to do things that humans do, like drinking manioc beer, holding life cycle rituals, and so on. And this recurring symmetrical horizontal feature of Amazonian ontologies, which became known as Amerindian perspectivism, was found in a kind of hierarchical, vertical form, according to some authors at the time. Martin Holbrad and Rana Willislev proposed a kind of inner Asian transcendental perspectivism, as they called it, and they identified varieties of inter- and intra-human perspectivisms across inner Asia. While Carlos Fausto argued that if both regions shared a common mode of identification between humans and non-humans, a significant difference was that predation was a more important feature of Amazonian ontologies, with hunting and food sharing playing key roles, while what he called the progenerative model was dominant in the Siberian and American subarctic, where hunting and gathering took place in idioms of love sharing, compassion, and reciprocity. But of course, you'll be wondering what relevance this has for Mongolia, where the traditional economy is rather different from Siberia and is based, as you know, on herding. And pastoral nomadism is a very, very different way of life from hunting and gathering or even reindeer herding. So the very hierarchical classificatory system of Mongolian shamanic cosmology, as I understand it, which I have only a very limited understanding of it, has been influenced by Tibetan Buddhism, I believe, and also the image of Genghis Khan. And it was repressed under socialism, as you know. Nevertheless, the main point of comparison with Amazonian shamanic cosmology or animism may be the role of non-human persons and what have been called earth beings. And we can maybe speak more broadly of a kind of spiritual ecology. So an understanding of the landscape, the environment as being populated by spirits, or even composed, at least partly, of spirit beings. And this is maybe echoed in what David Sneed, I think, has called a holistic view of political and economic spheres. So here, the economy is not to be thought of as an autonomous domain. But is this view, this holistic view, something that's unique to Mongolia and Amazonia? Hardly, I think. And on the contrary, we know from economic anthropology, economic history, and even from the history of economics, that the treatment of the economy as if it were an autonomous domain is a special and quite unusual culture trait developed among European elites, which is spread around the world in the form of economic policy. And we also know that its ecological consequences through industrial scale resource extraction can have quite devastating material and spiritual consequences for traditional peoples. But having said this, attitudes towards mining in particular do not seem to be the same in all of these regions. So, as Meta Hai has shown, informal gold mining in Mongolia is sometimes regarded with quite considerable ambivalence, and I understand it's carried out through delicate negotiations with powerful and volatile spirits, and it actually has certain attractions because of the way that it allows a break from the more hierarchical and rigid sort of village life to a freer and more egalitarian nomadic way of being. Meanwhile, in Amazonia, the way in which gold mining affects native societies is rather different. It tends to be seen as representing the dangerous incursion of colonists from outside, bringing violence and social and cultural breakdown. So gold and the process of extraction haven't been absorbed into the shamanic cosmos or domesticated by its spiritual ecology, as perhaps it has been in Mongolia. But then I'll leave it to the experts on Mongolia to give their thoughts on this perhaps at some point. So I'm going to end there with these reflections, and hopefully some of the Mongolia specialists can shed further light on these questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you very much. You know you are very interesting in ontologist questions, problems, and your relation with until Amazonia also is very interesting for us. We hope we will find you tomorrow also with the Italian public, if it is possible for you. And now I give the floor to our colleague from University of Florence, Nicola Casagli. Nicola, can you hear us?
Sabri, lui ha le diapo, dice di provare a metterlo come relatore. Lo provo? Sì, però dici di poi rimettere
Sì.
te
Sì.
a
Nicola? Nicola, can you hear?
I'm here. I'm trying to
Yes,
share the
okay.
screen.
Very good. We can see you and hear you.
Yeah.
Very good. Ok. Puoi condividere, vedi? Perfetto.
Okay.
Sì. Very good.
So, I am an engineering geologist at the University of Florence. Please close your microphone because I hear my voice in the speakers. And thank you, Nadia, to invite me to this workshop. I will speak about the problem of permafrost degradation in northern countries, especially in Mongolia. My presentation is divided into 4 parts. What is permafrost, permafrost degradation, permafrost monitoring, and mitigation methods. First of all, what is permafrost? Permafrost is ground, any rock or soil, ice or organic material included, at or below the freezing point of water and remains below 0 degrees centigrade continuously for 2 years. The presence of ice or even water is not mandatory in permafrost. It can be also simply soil and rock frozen. The thickness of permafrost varies from less than 1 meter to more than 1.5 kilometers. And most permafrost was generating during past cold glacial periods. Q definition, active layers, very important for the permafrost degradation problems. Active layer is the top layer of permafrost that thaws during spring and summer and freezes again during autumn and winter. The opposite of active layer is talik. Talik are lengths of unfrozen soil of rock within permafrost zones. This is an example. You can see in the top the active layer and below the frozen soil. This is another example with the active layer, frozen and unfrozen, subject to cycles of freezing and thawing, and below the frozen ground with an ice wedge. This is a cross section. You can see that permafrost can be discontinuous, usually below lakes or rivers. There are talika, so stretch of frozen, discontinuous frozen soil. These are typical landscape in permafrost region. These forms are called thaw slump, these thermokarst lakes, rock glacier in the mountains, frost heave, and gelifluction, solifluction lobes along the slopes. Permafrost is classified according to the spatial distribution in continuous, discontinuous, sporadic, and isolated. And you move from isolated to continuous, going upwards in elevation or northwards in latitude. And this is the distribution of permafrost in the northern hemisphere, and this is permafrost in Mongolia. These dots are direct measurements of thickness of permafrost made by different scientists compared with the distribution predicted with models. What is the degradation of permafrost? Degradation of permafrost is closely related to climate change and implies the increase of thickness of the active layer, of the superficial layer that is subject to seasonal cycles of thawing and freezing. And the consequence of permafrost degradation is very serious, like damage to or destruction of infrastructures, loss of cultural heritage, damage to industrial buildings and release of pollutants, and many other problems. Permafrost and climate change are related because the global warming causes the deepening of the active layer, but the thawing of permafrost release CO2 and methane into the atmosphere, increasing the problem of climate change. The impact of landscape of permafrost degradation is landslide, deforestation, collapse of tundra, and coastal erosion. Wildfire also are related to the problem of permafrost degradation because below areas in which wildfires occurs, the degradation is more serious. And you know that we had in the last couple of years very large wildfires in northern countries, in Siberia, Canada, Alaska, and some in Mongolia. These are the impact of permafrost degradation on structures and infrastructure. You can see very clear undulation on roads, distortion of railways, and fractures of roads. Also, it's possible to the impact on public health because the largest virus ever discovered was released by permafrost degradation, the Pitovirus sibericum. It was an ancient virus dating back to 30,000 years, and it was frozen in permafrost and then released in the atmosphere. The monitoring. I am a specialist of monitoring, and I am interested in permafrost degradation in order to apply modern monitoring techniques. First, the traditional is the field investigation with core samples, gas emissions, CO2 and methane mainly, profile of ground temperatures in order seasonal profile of ground temperatures, multitemporal, GPS for controlling the ground deformation, a geophysical method such as the electrical resistivity methods. The frozen water, the ice, is a bad electrical conductor, and so we can easily identify ice and separate from liquid water underground. Also, satellites are very useful, both optical and radar satellites. With optical satellite, it's possible to map, for example, thermokarst lakes and also emission of methane. These are detected from satellites, and also to map the mean annual ground temperature in the northern hemisphere. With radar satellites, it's possible to assess with very high precision the ground displacement. And these are maps in Mongolia that show the uplift and the subsidence of the ground related to the seasonal variation of the active layer of permafrost. Mitigation. It's possible to do some engineering works to mitigate the problems. The objective is to extract heat from the ground in order to prevent the thawing of the progressive thawing of permafrost. Engineering measure can be heat pipes, thermosiphons, used to extract heat from the ground and to disperse in the atmosphere. Ventiducts for the ventilation of engineering structures. Rock embankments for the thermal insulation. And also awning and shading boards in order to reduce solar radiation and minimize water infiltration. Pile foundation is recommended in areas in which permafrost degradation is a problem, like in northern Mongolia and the mountains of Mongolia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Casagli, dear colleague. We consider the question of permafrost in Mongolia, also in generally in the world, very, very important. My first article in a book is about wetlands and his relation with permafrost. This is very important question about climate change. I'm very agree with you and with your study are very important for us. Thank you very much. Sorry. We have a message about the stop of the conference, but is wrong. But we have a little panic, and so I try to connect our colleague Lia Zola or Marie Rouet, and wait 1 minute of patience, one minute for having our colleagues that are present, but they are reaching your studies, your office. We ask you 1 minute of pause and of patience. What about Lia Zola? Are you okay? Something have noticed about some news about Marie Rouet, maybe the French colleague. Okay, we have Lia Zola. Thank you very much. You are very perfect, Lia. Thank you very much. Thank you for Professor Casagli also too. We can hear you. Lia? Lia, puoi accendere il microfono e ti abbiamo sentita? Lia? Maybe he's approaching the office.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Nadia?
Yes, yes.
No,
we can hear you.
No.
Can you share your profile? Puoi far vedere il video? Puoi farti vedere?
Yes, sorry. I was having class. I apologize. I had to rush to my office. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And sorry.
You are welcome. You are very, very okay. You are in the perfect time. Thank you very much. I give you the floor.
Thank you, Nadia.
I give you the floor. You can share your video or what you want.
Okay, I will. Just 1 second. Okay. There it is. So, hello, everybody. I apologize again. Can you see it? Okay. Thank you, Nadia, and thank you, Sabrina, for inviting me. So, my name is Lia Zola, and I'm associate professor in cultural anthropology at the University of Torino. I've been carrying on fieldwork in Sakha-Yakutia in Siberia since 2005 when I was a PhD student. And then I went on for my postdoc and then on and on until now, recent years. And in Sakha, I've been investigating, first of all, the issue of contemporary urban shamanism. That was specifically in the first years of my field work. Then I went on studying tourism and the impact of tourism, of native tourism to sacred places. And then in the around 2010-11, I started to investigate a southern area of Sakha-Yakutia, which is called Amga. And I did field work with female healers. So I collected their life histories, and I focused specifically on their practices, so where their skills and knowledge came from, and also their relationship with what they meant as nature. So these are some pictures of my work with them. And yes, in the last years, such as from 2017 until last year, which was my last fieldwork in Sakha, I gradually shifted to another topic, which may sound very different from the ones I picked up earlier on, but instead has many connections both to shamanism, to shamanic practices, and to healing. So I gradually turned to environmental anthropology, but most of all, I switched to multi-species ethnography. Last year in particular, in June, I visited a mountain region of Sakha in a place which is called Oymyakon, which maybe some of you may know because it's the coldest place in this area. And I interviewed specifically hunters, wolf hunters, and bear hunters. So these are some pictures from my last fieldwork, and I also devoted some time, not so much, to investigate women hunters in these particular areas. So I basically studied the relationships between animals and wolves in particular, and hunters, but also reindeer herders. But since this is still an ongoing research and something which has just begun, because that was my first year with a very different fieldwork from the fieldwork that had characterized my my way of doing anthropology in Sakha. It is still an ongoing research, an ongoing process. So I would like to explore many other aspects of the relationship between wolves and humans. Specifically, the perception of wolves among non-hunters, so among ordinary people, but also the way new narratives are produced about wolves, such as I'm referring specifically to the production of tales and new fairy tales about wolves and how they affect the perception of people. So this is the last picture of a few cubs in a bear pit. So I'm sorry for being very, very synthetic and very brief, but so this is just the main, my main research lines and research activities. So Nadia was asking also how I might contribute to a broader debate on Mongolia. So if I could contribute in some way to maybe a future conference or a future meeting, that could be speaking about the relationships between humans and particular kinds of animals in this area, and consequently about the environment. I haven't very much investigated the issue of climate changes. However, this has been something which has emerged very frequently from my interview, which is an ongoing discourse about how the climate is changing and how it affects humans and non-humans alike. So this is a point which could be further investigated, of course. So Nadia, so if you have questions, I'm ready. I'm really sorry. I've been speaking for 3 hours in Italian, so it's a little bit, it's quite an effort, but this is it basically.
Yes, is normal. After 3 hours of lesson, Leah, I appreciate really your presence in this difficult situation about Italian climate, very difficult. Leah, can you speak a little about your new research about the wolf, maybe, or yes. Can you maybe make remember of Charles Stepanov's studies a little, because your anthropological approach is very interesting for us. So if you can, only to few words about this wolf and shamanism in the vision of Charles Stepanov, or something about, if it is possible for you.
Yes, of course. So my research about wolves started actually from the Italian situation about wolves, because we have witnessed here in Italy the return of this animal in our Alps, and as a consequence, speaking also with biologists, but also with other social actors who are involved into this reintroduction, or who have to deal with this animal who has come back. What emerged from their narratives is that there are, at least in my country, two opposite ways of relating to wolves. On the one hand, there is, of course, the idea of cattle breeders and cattle herders who would very easily kill them off because they are a damage to the flocks and to the herds. On the other side, there is the opinion of many people who are not directly involved with the wolves, but the idea itself of the wolves has become so central to a broader debate on nature itself that it has triggered many reactions. And what I'm particularly interested in the Italian perception is the idea that the wolf can be ultimately a friend, a companion, a partner, or could be in a way tamed. So I wanted to see whether in Sakha-Yakutia these perceptions had, if I could find some similarity in it. So that's the reason why I wanted to address directly the hunters. And at least from their experiences, what emerged is that, of course, the wolf is an opponent, but still is an animal that is very much respected, and even if they kill it, I mean, that's the first thing they do when they see a wolf. But on one thing they insisted very much. So in their opinion, the difficulty of seeing the wolf as a potential friend or a potential mate or a potential partner. So I think this is quite interesting also for further researches on the animal, also in order to explore more in depth the way this animal is perceived in this culture. As to my on shamanism, as I told you before, I started investigating urban shamanism because when I started my field work, the situation in Sakha was made by different associations of shamans who were practicing, most of all in urban contexts. And since you mentioned Charles Stepanov, I remember watching his film. About shamanism in Tuva. And the situation was very similar. So practicing in many different ways. But in the course of almost 15 years, most of this association vanished, disappeared, both because their leaders or their core members died, so they passed away, both because the shamanism itself took other ways of expanding and other ways of being. Some of them became even more intellectuals and had affected very much the intellectual arenas and intellectual areas of society. Last year, I witnessed a seance from a very young shaman. He's 23 years old, and he's a psychologist. So he has a BA in psychologist, and then he's a shaman. And what I found really interesting of his healing session, is that he spoke to the audience for almost 1 hour and a half about psychology, about how people are stressed in everyday life and how they could improve their way of living and their way of being. And then at the very end of this very long talk, when he actually mentioned some anthropologists' works, so it means that he read these works, he acknowledges them, then it was the healing session, so as a final moment of this. So there are many interesting things in this shamanic seance and session I witnessed, but this is just one of the latest examples of how shamanism, at least in urban contexts, is going on and is developing.
Thank you very much, Leah, and you are maybe the only Italian anthropologist that work and make field work in Siberia and Yakutia, so we are very proud of you. And the time is very running. The most part of our speaker, we are listening the most part, but I will try another way to have Marie Rouet with us. Only 1 minute, please. Marie Rouet, try to speak. I can see you. And maybe heard you. Marie Rouet, can you speak? If not, I try to give you an email. Sabri, le mandiamo una, come facciamo? Una mail? Ma dove? Do you hear us, Marie Rouet? Est-ce que tu peux l'entendre, Marie? Écris-nous dans le chat. It is possible in the second session. We will try in the second session to contact Marie Rouet. I close this. I close this first session. Marie Rouet, we can see you, and you?
Oui, j'entends. Est-ce que tu m'entends?
Ah voilà, on t'entend très bien. Tu peux parler, on t'entend dans ta voix.
Mais est-ce que vous m'avez entendu au début ou est-ce que je ne sais pas où ça?
Non, seulement maintenant,
Bon,
tu peux parler.
I'm sorry. I will summarize. I wanted to speak about co-production of knowledge. Co-production of knowledge between indigenous people. Knowledge. Ça résonne. Hein? Between indigenous people knowledge. This notion comes a series of interdisciplinary. The first one being, it's really. Le son est très mauvais. J'entends tout en écho. Est-ce que tu entends un écho?
C'est ma faute, voilà. Maintenant, c'est mieux.
Est-ce que c'est possible d'avoir... Oui, là, il n'y a pas d'écho.
C'était ma faute, Marie. Maintenant, je vais stopper l'audio et ça va marcher.
I was saying that the first notion was ethnoscience in the 50s. With research in what was called ethnobotany, or of the relationships of the people with the plants. And it was during the 50s and the 60s and the 70s intensive research to show what was, in a way, the science of indigenous people, and to compare their concepts to the scientific concepts in order to connect them and to understand better from the inside, not with the words of sciences, but with the words of the people, with the concepts of the people, what was their knowledge and how they see and how they classify the universe. After that ethnoscience movement, there was a second movement which began in the 80s and was more intensive after the Rio in 92, when the concept of indigenous knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, became really something important in the domain of application, when it was given within an international within international I'm sorry, anyway, so ILK was recognized within the biodiversity and between other international agreements. And it became very much used, which was both very positive, as it gave rights in many cases to people, and it demonstrated the knowledge of indigenous people and their management of the natural world. But in another sense, as many concepts, when they become very known, they become used by anybody in a sense which is losing more and more its original meaning, which means that often it was only politically correct to say that this research is also taking care of indigenous knowledge, and we should respect indigenous knowledge, but there was not much more behind the words, no real concern, no real work together. And there is much research which was, or not even research, but use of the word of indigenous and local knowledge, which became very poor. So we try to use another concept, which is co-production, and what it is to try from the beginning to work through a translation of the concepts of science and the concept of indigenous knowledge. So the purpose, the objective of the research or the project have to be established together from the very beginning, and they have to have benefits both for all the participants, which means what are the benefits indigenous people want to have from this research or this project, and what are the benefits other people can get. And I can give you an example through my own research with the Sami reindeer herding from the north of Sweden, reindeer herding people. So in Sami there is a word which is gortun, which is translated when they speak Swedish or they speak English by pasture. But in fact, the Sami concept is very rich and it's very holistic. It doesn't mean pasture forever. It's not essentialist, and it can't be reduced to the appreciation that science has from a pasture. Scientists often decide that with the government that a pasture has such a capacity that it can hold only so many animals. It's the capacity of charge, and they define it by calculating the botany, the botanic plants which are on the pasture and that can be used to feed the animals. But the Sami know that a pasture can have a lot of value in one precise place at one precise moment, but I would say almost 5 minutes later, at least the next day, it has not at all the same value, because all the value is the relationship between all the elements of the environment, the Sami, the herd, the reindeers. It can, for example, there can be a crust of ice on the top of the snow, and then the reindeer cannot eat, so there is no more value in the pasture, which tomorrow was very good. So that's a study of the concepts. But the second phase that we have been doing with the Sami is that there was a plan to do a map of their pastures in order to be used by all stakeholders. The Sami live, like many indigenous people, in a place where there are many industries going on, many kind of dams, mining, all kinds of exploitation of the environment. So one of them is also the forestry, the Swedish forestry, which uses the pastures that the Sami use in winter. And these maps were supposed to be precise and to be used by the Sami, for the Sami, and for the other partners, in order to know where were the important pastures, except that it was not really understood by Western science what was indigenous knowledge about pasture. Indigenous knowledge about pasture is difficult to explain because it changes every year, and at each moment of the year it changes, and you can't really decide what is a good pasture and what will be a good pasture and what has been a good pasture, because there are so many factors, but the indigenous Sami knowledge knows how to consider all the factors and to take decisions and to do a management, sound management. So our co-production project has been to work with the people who were doing the plan, doing the maps, and with the Sami, and to design new maps which were showing the knowledge of the Sami during 5 years, because after 5 years you don't have so much good memory. So we drew each moment of the winter and each use and how they were using this part of the territory at this time for this reason. And it showed that there was not such a thing as a map, a simple map where you could design very important pastures which are used sometimes and pastures which are not so used. Because in fact, and we could have guessed that, but industry and governments don't understand that easily, we could have guessed that, especially in times of climate change, they need all their territory, because each part of their territory is different, and when the conditions change, they have to change the part of the territory they use. And you can't even know 1 year what will be the next year. As the Sami say, a year is not the cousin of the next year. We are a group of people and doing a book, which I hope will be published next year. And around this concept of co-production of knowledge between sciences and indigenous knowledge, especially related to climate change, and to try and establish a new way to cooperate, which really distinguishes superficial use of indigenous knowledge because it's fashionable, to real dialogue between
different cultures, which means indigenous culture and science, with each partner from the beginning to the end, defining the program and having the same rights, and which each partner getting his own benefit from the project. It goes, for example, beyond the simple mention of prior informed consent. You know that prior informed consent is a notion that you have to sign before to do a project with indigenous people. Yes, of course, but it still means that if you are informing, you, the scientists, are in a way the leader. And in a co-produced project, you could sign agreements if it's necessary, but in no way we have to inform, because the project itself is written together and is followed during all the time together. Of course, it takes years. Of course, it goes through very precise notions and very precise ways to work with, which are interdisciplinary, using ecology, physics, anthropology, and using all the facets of indigenous knowledge, which with different languages and definitions of each concept in one culture and another one. It's not simply like ethnoscience, a study, for instance, of the plants or the animals. It's going beyond. It's trying to conceive the concepts of sciences and indigenous knowledge and establish a dialogue between them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie-Rouet. Your experience in this field of concept is very huge, and the ethnoscience has been the starting point for many of us, but today the indigenous knowledge concept are the very, very important concept for the studies about environment and the relation between humans and non-humans. So very much also to you, Marie-Rouet. I'm very happy you are connected. And now the first section is finished in perfect time. We have started an important exchange. Also, if the remote situation, the remote connection is not so easy for nobody, but the exchange is started. Now we have 2 hours of break. The second section will start at 2:30 and will be coordinated by Sabrina Tosi Cambini. I thank you, all of you, for your perseverance and for your patience in this section. See you later, and thank you very much for your participation. Thank you to all of you. See you later.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So welcome to the second session of our international conference. And this morning was very, very interesting, and thank you very much to all the participants. We have a lot of points of reflections and some questions, some research questions, and to bring us in fieldwork, engaged fieldwork. So now we start the second session with the first speaker, David Bellatalla. He has been conducting fieldwork in Mongolia for over 20 years. So, David, did you hear me? David?
Sticking a coffee. Ecco, ok.
Okay. David, that's okay?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Just one moment.
Great. Everything's fine now? Tell me when it's okay, my voice, without echo. That's great. Yeah? Okay. No, yeah? Just tell me when you hear my voice without an echo. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Sorry, David, sorry, we have some problems with audio. Sì.
Hello, Sabrina.
Okay, David, just a moment, we have to change our laptop, just a moment.
Se prima funzionava, adesso non funziona più. Non funziona nulla.
Quindi devo parlare da qui con David. Tanto lì sta casa.
Aspetta, adesso via.
No, fatti chiamare.
Hello, David. Now you are.
No way. Hello?
Hello, David. We have some problems. Sorry, just 1 minute. Ma questa è staccata. Ora sta. Digli che ci chiami lui, Sabri. Perché è meglio, eh? Chiamaci, sì, perché non so se Eccola. Ok, David, ora credo che ci siamo. I think we are okay.
That's great. Fantastic. Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you very much to the University of Florence. And I want to say all the warmest greetings to all the participants. And I want to express my very thankful to Sabrina and Nadia for the invitation and for your very, very huge effort to make something like this, an international meeting, so important like that. Briefly, my speech will be related with my, as you announced, my more than 20 years in Mongolia. I arrived here in 1992 when I was traveling with my documentarist. It is a bit sad and it's very bad hearing. It's better now. It's very noisy. Hello?
David?
No, it's very, very difficult.
Yes, it's very difficult. And I don't know why, because when we try go well, but now not.
I can hear the echo when I'm talking.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not clear. There are people said that's not clear, the voice.
Okay. Okay.
I try now. Is okay?
Potevano sentire.
Just let me know if it's okay. I go ahead. There is a noise, an echo. Otherwise, I can tell me, Sabrina. I can go ahead with that.
Ok. David. Allora, aspetta. Mi dicono che potevano sentire prima. Barugina Zutolia mi ha scritto good we can heard. So, ora riproviamo. Infatti. Ora, chi lo sa? Ora, riproviamo.
Sì, loro sentono.
Ora senti?
Loro sentono.
Allora, c'è il tecnico che sta arrivando, solo... Tu scrivi col mio nome, io scrivo col tuo. Ok. Infatti sto facendo questo con questo.
E questo fischio deriva dal fatto che c'è un altro microfono aperto che sta mandando...
Allora, noi si sta usando solo questo a questo punto, l'altro non si sta usando.
Chiudiamo questo per sicurezza?
Sì.
Chiudilo. Ok? Ora, io sono scomparsa e va bene. Non è un... Ora, io mi ricollego con David. David, riproviamo, ok? Ok. Ok. Aspetta, scrivo a tutti che we try again. Ok. Aspetta che ti metto in viva voce.
Perfetto. Dimmi tu se non sento l'eco.
Vai. Ok, vado.
It's okay now? Just let me know if everybody can hear me. For me, it's okay. There is not any echo now. That's great. I can go ahead. Just let me say yes, it's fine. It's okay, Sabrina. I can go ahead.
It's okay.
Great. Excellent. So, briefly, I just want to say that I will arrive here in Mongolia, and you can see now we solved the problem. We had a problem for the communication, and finally I can see you, you can see me, I can hear you, and you can hear me. This is a very good example to explain to the students what it means living by a nomadic style of life and tradition. Solve the problem like we did now. Someone sent a message about I cannot hear properly. Can you maybe close the phone to the microphone? And it's a good example to explain how it's working. It means to have a problem and fix it. Doesn't matter how we fix that. For me, it's very good that because it does explain how they're normally working in the nomadic style of life when instead what normally we do in a Western society, try to plan everything to avoid the problem, they just face the problem when the problem will pop up. And that's very important because if I think about our language, what we say in English, about I am busy, related in Italian language, sono occupato, and the meaning is I'm doing something probably more important. Instead, in Mongolian language is bi sakwit ben. It means we are not free. the sense of free is completely different comparing what we have in our mentality, in our culture. So when I arrived here in 1992, just catapulted together with my documentarist and friend Dino De Toffel, exploring and finish our research on the northern part of the ancient trade routes along the Silk Roads, we enter into Mongolia and we face for the first time the nomadic style of life. That was really fascinating. And following the suggestion of a friend, Natalia Zhukovskaya, the anthropologist from the Academy of Science of Moscow, I start to make my research along the territory. And I focus my research, as she suggests, with the Agin Buryat in the Dorno-Daimag, in the north part of the Dorno-Daimag, in the extremely eastern part of Mongolia. The goal, of course, was study the shamanism, because I came from my research in Central and South America, and continue my research in this area. And I was very, very fascinating to the idea to enter in contact with the population and people. Then they were not so close to the central part of Mongolia, and partly isolated, and especially because the shamanists over there, to reach the trance, the altered state of consciousness, they didn't use any kind of psychotropic substances. So within the we spent almost 3 months traveling around Mongolia, and after that we were very lucky, because in Ulaanbaatar I had the chance to meet for the first time the very important professor, for example, Professor Bira from the International Academic for Study and Research on Mongolia, and Badan Hatan, the ethnologist from the Academy of Science. I immediately expressed, and my goal was related with exploring the area, of course related with the ancient trade route along the Silk Road, the northern part of Asia. Also like to do research with the nomadic style of life related with Agin Buryat. Their suggestions were very, very important for my research. And so I started to do that, and I was very lucky, because when we enter in the Dorno-Daimag, I remember then in 1994 we register our permission with the number 4 and number 5. It means we were the number 4th and the 5th foreigner, the Western research, and entering that territory to make such kind of academical research. The goal was related, as I mentioned before, about the shamanism. And on the other end, was related, of course, to the pastoral mobility and patterns followed by the Agin Buryat in their territory. In that moment, we realized then was a really, really good chance to go ahead with our kind of experience and research. On the other hand, I would like to try to compare such kind of pastoral mobility and relating to the history and the patterns, the cultural model, then they follow for that with another ethnical group in Mongolia. So Badan Hatan suggests us to go to north part of Mongolia and Hosko-Daimag with the Tsatan people to make our research in the area. We start to make our research with a suggestion and all the advice and tips from Badan Hatan. At that time, I remember he gave me the 2 works that he did for the Mongolian Academy of Science related to the ethnographical, ethnical approach to the Tsatan people, and all the tips and connection that I could find when I moved to the Tsum Taiga, the taiga on the western part of, and eastern part of the Tsatan people. I was very lucky, because at that time was like traveling to the time. 1994, reached the taiga and start to make our research in with these people in such kind of environment was a very special moment. And I was very happy with my documentaries to start to collect all the information. At the same time, something happened and changed completely my life. The problem was related with an epidemic Then in 1994, for the first time, a big risk for the surviving of the, not just for the animals of the southern people, the reindeer, also for the entire ethnical group. And when we came back for the second time to the taiga, the leader of the Tsum Taiga, they wrote a letter to us in Mongolian language asking help to find a solution for the problem. Then it's in that moment make a big risk for the surviving of the entire ethnical group. I'm talking about a period of time when the number of the population was less than 250, and the entire number of the animals of the Earth didn't reach 500. So in that moment we came back to Ulaanbaatar, and I brought the copy of the letter and some picture to the national authorities and the international organization like UNDP, FAO, and UNICEF and UNESCO. Told them there was a big problem up there with a kind of epidemic, and of course some very urgent action they needed. After 6 months we came back from Italy, and unfortunately we faced, and the situation was exactly the same, or better, worst. So we took a decision to do something before it was too late. So we paid one German veterinarian here, and Dr. Teinert came with us to the taiga and came back with a result and a report, then told us, informed us about the dramatic situation with the epidemic of brucellosis disease and parasites amongst the animals, but also with the brucellosis with the people already affected by the disease. So we decided to ask help to Mongolian Red Cross, and with them we joined together for a project to bring help to the taiga. In that moment start the project, then for 9 years run in the taiga, and finally we find a solution. We find how to bring help to them, not just with the medicine treatment and the veterinarian, but doing something to preserve the integrity of their culture. In that moment, that started the second part of our research, and we continue to do that for years, arriving to the final solution, then brought up to the real goal to find the solution for the epidemic and bring back all our experience with that. Can you hear me? Is okay?
Yes.
Sabrina?
Yes, it's okay, David. Yes.
Perfect, excellent. So everything about that story was published in the book, and the first book then was published in English, in Italian, and in French, to tell the story about what's happened over there and try to explain about this particular kind of pastoralism, and relating with the idea of the mobility, the patterns, how to follow the itinerary. And my goal was try to explain what happened when after 1994 they faced the biggest problem to cannot pass the border from Mongolia to Tuva. Tuva became in 1993 autonomous region, and they closed the border. I don't want to go back to the history, then start in 1924 when one part of the Oskol area was entered into Mongolian republic, and Tuva felt something like they steal part of their land. And in that moment when in 1993 they got back the power and the possibility to make the particular and a specific goal to fix the border, and refused the enter of the nomadic style of life with a group of the herders from the taiga. That was the beginning of the problem for them. So I try to explain this change about the mobility and the itinerary related with this specific ethnical group. The idea to make a kind of different confrontation between the Agin Buryat and the pastoral mobility in the Dorno Daimag and the Satan people living in the taiga with different kind of earth, of course. That was the idea suggested by Professor Bira and from the Badan Hakan. We continue to explore another area to see how to face different land, different environment, different tradition, and also different religion. We move in 1999 and 2000 to the western part of Mongolia, in Bayanolgi, Aimag, and we start to make our research with Tova and Uriankai. And in that area, we face a completely different situation, not just related with the history of this ethnical group, but also relating with the idea of the spirituality and the connection with the environment and the spirituality of part of the land related with the connection with the ancestors. All this kind of research gave me the possibility to start to understand a little bit the difference, a big difference comparing such kind of pastoral mobility and especially about the shamanism. So when I decided to write something, and I wrote the first book in 1996, and the book was about the shamanism amongst the Agin Buryat, that was followed by the second book. Then was the book then tried to explain what happened, the big change, and how the ethnical group of the Tatan faced the situation. Then, of course, my goal was about the research on shamanism, and especially about not just about the history or the situation of the shamanism, but relating especially how the shaman could reach the altered state of consciousness. I mean, what is the special moment? What happened when they start their ceremony and how they enter into this altered state of consciousness and by trance start to manage every kind of ceremony related with treatment, so the healing, or other one like divination or relating with the ancestor and the spirit then are in the ethnical group when we're talking about. This decision was taken when we left the land of the Agin Buryat, and I decided to make my book to try to explain all my research. So I published the book about the shamanism in the north part of Mongolia and the south part of Siberia to make clear about my research, and in different chapter try to manage with different methodology and using interdisciplinary method to explain the main point then I want start to talking about related with that goal. Actually, I continue my research and I follow students then prepare their PhD. Now I'm working together with the director of the Academy of Science, the History Ethnology Department, Professor Chelun, and the Professor Bilek Saiken for the idea to go back to the taiga and make another research about the huge transformation, the big change that we face in the last 10 years. Don't forget, then last year I went to the taiga to celebrate that 2,000 reindeers ceremony and celebration for the group with a big change about the society and about what's happened in the taiga in the last 15 years. And the other one with the Mongolian National University with Zaim Batar Dalai about the last book that was published last month in Italy and will be published in English and Chinese in next spring about the history of the Silk Road, especially about the northern part of the commercial route, including finally for the first time Mongolia. and together we have to work about how to make the translation in Mongolian language with, of course, Mongolian specialists to explain the important role that Mongolia had in the history along the Silk Road. And I would like to remember about the Pax Mongolica time when for the more than 180 years the Silk Road was absolutely a safe place where to make the trade. So this is the goal, and this is what I'm going to do, continue my research in that field, connecting with the cognitive anthropology. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for if you didn't hear properly by telephone. Thanks.
Thank you to you, David. We are sorry for the technologies, but you know, where we use the online tools is not very simple. So many thanks to David for his speech by telephone. I hope you can follow his speech by the live streaming. And now we can come back in our Cisco WebEx platform. And now, so we go to the second speech. The second speaker is Gaël Lacaze. Her research focuses on the anthropology of the body, relating to Mongolian people and Turkish populations. Thank you, Gaël.
Thank you, Sabrina. Could you hear me? Okay. I would like to thank Sabrina and Nadia for this invitation. I will briefly present myself and my researches and two of my students. I began to be interested in Mongolia in 1991, and I did my first fieldwork in Mongolia in 1993. I did intensively fieldwork until 2005 because I was enrolled at the Ethnology Institute of the University of Strasbourg as an assistant professor, and my free time was a little bit shorter than before. Okay, before 2005, I made a PhD and postdoctoral researches. My PhD researches concern techniques of the body, and after that I just studied some of those techniques in specifically like the ways of drinking and eating, and I did this comparative analysis among Mongolian Buddhists and Muslim Kazakhs in comparative approaches between China, Mongolia, South Russia, and also Kazakhstan. These researches were ended with a mission to fight against alcoholism within the NGO Doctors of the World between 2005 and 2009. And subsequently, I began researches on cross-border trade and free trade zones between Mongolia, China, and Russia with a support program based in Cambridge. And during those researches, I shed light on an important genderization of all the activities in the transborder cities. Indeed, while women are suitcase traders, men mostly invest in wholesale business. And I wondered if there is also other kind of genderization of mobilities in these free trade zones after. And I wonder which places are characterized by mixed marriage, and even if there is some relationship between techniques of the body and mobilities in regional or even international migrations. Because the free trade zone were characterized by internal, not so internal, but transnational migrations, almost by women, and the places of women in those migrations were very visible. And while men activities are less invisible and less secret, and which could be very interesting in the Mongolian tradition way of life linked to pastoralism and nomadism. And those research inside of transporter places about genderization of labor, of division of labor, leads to broader question, which is how gendered normativity characterizes different places in Mongolia, in transborder relationships of Mongolia with its neighbors, but also inside of the world, post-socialist world. And those questions had appeared very significant because one of the major elements of the transition period is the drop of boys from school, which is characteristic of the region, and but maybe most visible in Mongolia. In consequences, in Mongolia today, women are more educated than men. Women usually have chosen international careers, and it could be put in echo to one data. It's that Mongolia and North Korea are the only countries in the region with a negative migration flows. It could be interesting if we ask how these mobilities and these migrations are gendered, organized. And all these elements question, of course, women's status in Mongolia, but also in the post-socialist world. Since 2016, I've been enrolled in the geography department of Sorbonne University. Thus, I have needed to introduce spatial dimension in my thinking process. And I began research on territories of the body and about bodies, why they are performing territories. And I continued this research on migration through the prism of visibility versus invisibility of moving bodies in the space. I adopt some multi-scalar approach at a regional scale, like to introduce the question of mining in the Gobi, at national scale with the rural exodus, but also at sub-regional scale, like to introduce also transborder places and street-case trade and wholesale business, and also at international scale, because I'm here in Europe working on my Mongolian people migration in Europe, and even in formal and informal ways. And this research is especially questioning the place of women in these movements, and moreover, how family organization of mobilities takes place within the care chain, which is a very important question in migration fields nowadays. And also, we can wonder the roles of family networks, of sexuality, of affective relationships, and so on in those kind of movements on a multiscalar approach at regional, national, sub-regional, and also international scale. And the question is how couples and families are structured through and by these mobilities. In this new institutional and disciplinary new context, I've been the supervisor of Elena Boenek's master degree in geography on specialty on globalization. Her master thesis was on the LGBTEQ plus minorities in Mongolia. Now, Charlotte, Markina, and myself are the supervisors of Elea's PhD on Asian feminism as a part of a 3 years postdoctoral contract at the Doctoral School 434 of Geography of Paris. And she will soon present you herself and her researches. Since 2018, Sorbonne University has merged with the Faculty of Science and Engineering of Sorbonne University, which is the ex-Pierre and Marie Curie University. And this new block of the Sorbonne University includes many research units on environment and climate changes. That's why I took part in several programs related to environment issues, including one involving Mongolia. Thus, I was the supervisor of Hasotuya Borujigin's internship and dissertation on the adaptation and resilience capacities of Gobi Desert herders confronted with climate change, and she will also present herself and her researches. In conclusion, for the next colloquium, I propose to an intervention on the place of migrations in the constitution of post-socialist citizens' territorialities in a comparative and multiscalar analysis of case studies linked to Mongolia and Kazakh people mobilities. I propose to explore how migratory space and family territories are characterized through different categories of mobility, from rural exodus to international migrations. Questions and problematics could be how mobilities are building collective and individual identities, which is underlined the importance of the family scale in the mobility studies, mobility study in general. And the second aspect is how this kind of mobility is characterized among Turco-Mongols, influenced by nomadic pastoral traditions, socialist administration, but also Chinese and Russian worlds. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for inviting me for this wonderful meeting. My name is Hastoya Borojigin. Before I introduce my thesis, I would like to introduce myself a little bit. My nationality is Japanese, but I born in Inner Mongolia, which is China. And I just finished my thesis in Sorbonne University, Geography. My thesis idea came from this one project, which is my teacher, Madame Lacasse, recommended me for this thesis. Okay, just start for this introduction. The thesis is about this resilience of Mongolian herders who are facing climate change. The name is Human Responses to the Stress of Climatic Harsh Weather, a case study Zoot's impact on Mongolian herders. As you may already know, Zoot in Mongolia occurs regularly in Mongolia and plays an important role in regulating livestock populations. Through the study of geography science and statistical science on Zoot, it is concluded that when combined with other environmental or socio-economic stresses and changes, Zoot impact significantly on household well-being as well as local and national economies, such as rural exodus, urban infrastructure, air pollution in capital Ulaanbaatar, etc. We choose two major Zoots, 1999 to 2001 and 2009 to 2010. The period is between 5 years before and 5 years after. We analyzed climate change to Gobi Desert, such as Gabalte, Bainhangor, Dorangop, Domdrop, Omunrop, Sufatr, and capital Ulaanbaatar. The reason we choose Gobi Desert is because it is an area vulnerable to this climate change. The rural population of Mongolia are particularly vulnerable to this impact on climate change and natural disasters. The increasing occurrence of several drugs and zoots in this countryside often forces herds to travel longer distance to find pasture and losing livestock, and eventually moving to urban areas and cause further more stress on the cities. The method we used quantitative and qualitative methods to document our subject. For this quantitative method, we reformatted the source of this Mongolian statistical site and this Mongolian pastoral boxes. We examined the impact of zoot on this livestock, the role of this government, thanks to the state aid, impact to these herders were reduced significantly during this last major zoot. The sheep's stallion, it is this largest of this 5 nomadic livestock in terms of this number and the cattle that best reflected the changes. And woman and the role, really important. The woman reviewed the need to bring this encampment closer to this urban area where public facilities are available to use. In addition to livestock resources, the market gardening, embroidery, petty trading, as well as seasonal employment are added. In this way, income diversification for nomad is key when facing global climate change. For example, the tourism sector can make a significant contribution to this sustainable economic and social development of Mongolia. In addition, we analyzed this impact on zoot composition of household, the condition of existing of nomad pastoralism, demographic changes since 2001. However, the coronavirus pandemic prevented a field survey which would have allowed a qualitative analysis of the strategies of the Gobi herders following the zoot. Results. We found, first, resilience. We noticed that this recovery was slow after zoot of 2000. Comparing to this major zoot of this 2010, the recovery of this nomad is faster due to this help from this government. Number 2, the statistical data indicated that the loss in small livestock, goats and sheep, appears more significant than those this larger livestock, horse, hammers, and boys. Number 3, the more temperature increases, the less rainfall. Number 4, the number of this nomadic pastoralists, the number and size of their households are not sensitive to variation of rainfall. Number 5, on the other hand, the number of this nomadic household increases in proportion of this warming of temperatures, but their size not not vary. Limitation of this research. The composition and size of this herds constitutes one of the most important parameters of our analysis. Current data only allow us to analyze this composition of these herds at the provincial level. A more detailed analysis of this composition of these herds of the scale of canton and families are lacking in this analysis and requires further research. However, this would be involved in a field trip, which is impossible due to this COVID-19. I'm not able to continue my education. Therefore, this day's research ends here. To go further, I would like to address a certain purpose and concept. So this is a natural disaster that pastoralists have adopted to deal with it for many years using many coping strategies. Current situation in which several constitutions of various natures, in particular economic crisis and institutional transformation and various effects of this climate change are undermining the effectiveness of traditional adaptation and resilience strategies. Finally, responses to ZOOD vary based on mobility capacity, included loss, or possibility of rebounds. This variation, coupled with other factors such as administrative support, economic conditions, and the political situation of this country, making it very difficult to anticipate this response to be provided. Currently, many strategies have been made to deal with ZOOD, but some of them are still ignoring the links between the many variables, both environmental and social. Furthermore, quantitative data is available at the large provincial scale. The factor limiting any more local understanding of this adaptation properties, robustness and resilience, contributed by the different types of the social structures. Having this data made it possible to highlight the essential social parameters in Mongolia nomads' adaptation to environmental changes. However, due to this impossible of carrying out field research, we do not have enough figure to further study. This thesis could have gone further if field studies had been carried out on the adaptation and strategies of Mongolian breeders facing climate change. It would have included field research in the desert, in selected Gobi Desert provincial pastoralist group would private prime relation networks of collecting demographic and pastoral data at the local and micro-local level. Moving from this provincial scale to this finer structure of this canton and families and be getting new data, such research would also have made it possible to understand the social studies developed during this ZOOD, migration, relocation, transfers, etc. Based on the structure of this group, composition and size of this camp and its family, nature and number of this camp in this networks, structures of this extended family, etc. To identify the robustness and resilience properties to each between them, they would need to develop in a participatory manner tools for identifying adaptation strategy to climate change, which is already affecting the Gobi Desert. Conclusion. According to this recent report by this intergovernment panel on climate change, 5GIEC, the impact of climate change in the next 20 years alone will be catastrophic. Mongolia has been experiencing the impact of climate change already. The average annual air temperature has increased by 2.24 Celsius over a very short period, 1920 to 2015. This is increase of 3 times the global average in air warming. Annual precipitation has decreased and season precipitation has become irregular. Climate projection indicated that those changes are expected to intensify. Nowadays, this climate change is hip for all of us. As Bill Gates said of climate change, no solution works alone. In my research, I learned the successful example of adaptation, such as Listen from Zud, community-based regulated management increases, and resilience of state aid. Nomad of Mongolia represent 30% of its population. Their adaptation to natural changes and successful of this example can contribute to the bigger theme, the climate change. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And now we have Elea Bonek. She's a PhD candidate. She's working on gender and feminism. So thank you, Elea.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear myself. So, good afternoon from France. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this Mongolia 2020 webinar. A special thanks to Mrs. Nadia Breda and Sabrina Tosi-Kambini for hosting these sessions. It's an honor to be a part of this. And I would also like to thank Gaël Lacaze for giving me the opportunity to be there today. Since my beginnings in the academic world, I've been fortunate to have benefited from guidance. And I would also like to thank Charlotte Makina, with whom I am now learning Mongolian at the INCO, for her guidance in my PhD project. So I will start with a little presentation of myself. My name is Elea Bonek, and I'm a PhD student in geography at Sorbonne University. I am just beginning my research project on gender and feminisms in Mongolia, but my master's dissertation subject dealt with the visibility regimes and specialties of men who have sex with men, so MSM, in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. And so from this point on, I will only use the acronym MSM and not men who have sex with men. So the issues I'm interested in contemporary Mongolia have to deal with gender identity, gendered violence, and sexual minorities. It touches a variety of other subjects, such as nationalism or role models. And it's a bit far from the debate around climate change and pastoralism or sustainability, but these questions around gender and identity are interesting to tackle, as they are linked to nomadic culture. Nomadic culture is at their roots and plays a big part in it. So I will begin with a quick presentation of my first work. For my first project, I spent 4 months in Ulaanbaatar, so from January to May 2019. And so in a context that did not seem very tolerant towards sexualities other than heterosexual, I wondered how the MSM public negotiated its presence in the public space through different visibility regimes, and how the MSM places in Ulaanbaatar were articulated. So I knew there were more and more subjects on treating of this topic, but there were no recent studies, and there was nothing at all in geography. So to achieve this, the methodology I chose was based on a participant observation in MSM venues. It was supplemented by an online survey in order to include a larger population, because the potential participants were quite difficult to reach for. And finally, I used a collection of informal discourses. The results I came up with highlighted the existence of MSM sites in the interstices of the city, characterized by their ephemerality, mobility, and low visibility. And it suggested that their network of sociability operated in a vacuum. Also, it resorted a lot to virtual spaces to protect themselves from danger. And despite this trend towards voluntary invisibilization, changes in the perception of masculinities under international influences seemed to favor a better acceptance of other sexualities. And the beginning of 2019 thus stood out by offering a greater visibility to the member of this universe, thanks to the activism of civil society. And I would just like to add that 2020 has confirmed these dynamics so far, as the LGBT Center remains very active on social media and launched new campaigns within public space throughout the year. So through this first work, I met a large number of women who shared their testimonies with me, and it's been a fact that surprised me because I was working on men. So the women of the LGBT Center especially deplored the fact that my work, even if it covered issues that lacked visibility, was still focused on men, and women remained marginal. So I wanted my PhD to honor them, which is why I decided this project would give them a special place. And thus, when Gaëlle Lacaze submitted the idea of working on feminism in East Asia with an approach rooted in a Mongolian field, I was thrilled. And it seems to me today that it is essential to work on this question, given the marginality of feminist issues in Asia on the one hand, and the specific situation of Mongolia in its regional environment on the other hand. So women in Mongolia find themselves in an intricate situation where they have to compose with various influences from nomadism, communism, and socialism. And when compared with other Asian countries such as China or Korea, Mongolian women appear to be freer. And yet the redefinition of the social roles that came with the 1992's democratic turn modified their status and placed them in what Anna Jari Omarova called the double bind. So that means they have to comply to paradoxical role models. And today, Mongolian women suffer from an ideologized picture in East Asia regarding gender-related questions, because as Gael Laka said earlier, they are more educated than men. Also, they have access to equal rights. There are a lot of actions taken by local NGOs for gender equality. Also, Mongolian women have a strong conscience of their sex class, and they are very aware of their common struggles. Yet, they are not very represented in higher positions or in politics, and the word feminism is almost invisible in discussions, even when we are talking about gender equality. And I think there is something to look out for there. So the question I am asking now are, how do women reconcile these opposite and paradoxical identities? What strategies and practices do they implement at the familial, national, regional, and international levels to empower themselves? What form of emancipations and what empowerment practices do they develop? And finally, how do these processes question the social structures, traditions, ideologies, and symbolic representations of the Mongolian society? So altogether, what I aim to do is to understand and define a Mongolian feminist movement, or rather the diversity that comes along this movement, because it is known that feminism is not a uniformized movement. And it will allow us to better understand the socio-cognitive processes involved in the reconciliation of contradictory identities. And it will also allow us to deepen our knowledge of the dynamics of localizations of feminist ideologies according to the given social spatial situation. So today, despite the global pandemic that is keeping me out of the field, like many, I am fortunate to be able to work with new tools. And Mongolian are hyper connected, so I resort a lot to Facebook and Instagram for the youngest. And as for now, I am beginning a study of online discourses around women, gender, and feminism in social medias. I started an inventory of Facebook posts and commentaries, and I would like to quickly evoke one of them before I end my presentation. Because just a week ago, on the 22nd of October, there has been an event. So a woman named Oden Tuyasalden chaired the parliamentary session for the first time in Mongolia. And it was interesting to note that amongst the commentary, one of the most reacted to was from a man deploring an attempt of feminine violence against men's nervous system. So thank you, that's it for me. I hope I was clear. Thank you for listening. Thank you again for hosting this interesting event. And I hope this presentation turned toward gender identities issues will help deepen the debates around the new challenges that comes along globalization in contemporary Mongolia.
Thank you, Lea. And now we have online Michele Bernardini. Michele Bernardini is full professor of Persian language and literature
an history of Iran and Ottoman Empire at the University of Naples, L'Orientale.
Yes. Hello to everybody. I'm professor of Persian language, yes, and especially I work on historiography. My main fields are especially the Timurid period and the relations between Turkmen and Mongolians, in particular with particular attention to the pre-modern history. Now, I published with Donatella Guida. I don't know if she's with us now or perhaps, but we published a book on Mongols, and we made a great conference in Naples 2 years ago on the 14th century Mongols, in particular with relation with the Yuan and other Chagatai and Golden Horde and Ilkhanid dynasties. Now I'm preparing a book on Timur Lang, and in which a great section will be devoted to the relations between the Mongols and the Chagatai Mongols and the Chagatai, the remains of the Chagatai dynasty and the Turkish population of this area. This is, in my opinion, a very important question, the question of the relation of these two different population in a wide area which covers, which is from Mongolia to Anatolia in this period. And it is quite interesting also to note that the study of these subjects, I work also with Jürgen Paul on these questions. We have a journal together, Eurasian Studies, which is devoted to these kind of questions, and I invite all of you to participate to this journal, which is in particularly devoted to history. Now, also we are planning a great exposition on Mongolia in Rome at the end of the next year. Hoping with this COVID, because everything is very much complicated. In this moment, especially, it's very difficult to transfer objects of art or something like that. But we hope that we can do that. And anyway, I offer also for all of you the opportunity to publish in our journal, which is particularly attentive. Now, for example, with Jürgen Paul, we worked a lot on the Basmo Rasmo of Aziza Starabadi, a source of the 14th century, which is very, very interesting for the presence of Mongols in Anatolia. But we are planning to do other things in the future. I think it's all for my side. I hope that anyway that the discussion will open new new way in our research. Thank you.
Michele.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to with us to talk about your volume, your book with Donatella Guida about?
Okay. Yes, if you want some. But the book is a general book the idea is to work on the birth of new states in Asia, from Anatolia to China. Donatella worked on Yuan dynasty and the birth of the Ming dynasty. And in my case, I worked a lot on the Chagatai, Ilkhanid, and Golden Horde side of the question. This book was especially in Italy. There was no great books on this subject. There was a lot of book for popularization but this is a particularly a book devoted on history with some questions, important questions, I think, also to undergo some traditional prejudice and some ideas that are quite rooted in traditional historiography. This was our idea. And from that time, we made a great discussion also on these materials, because, for example, now we are working, I'm working a lot, for example, also on Rashiduddin, especially I think is as a basic source, especially on the 14th century, more than, yes, also on the Altan Topçu and so on. But in particular, we have some PhD theses that are in working progress in this moment on the question from, for example, of Rashiduddin in particular, but also of other sources. And okay, I think this is, in reality, my interest is really devoted to Persian literatures and Mongols. This is my main interest, and Mongols in a Persianate word, or a Persianate word and Mongols, if you want. And together with Donatella, we made a great effort to do a comparative research with the study of the Chinese sources and in the same time the study of Persian sources. That are quite different. There is a lot of scholars that are working on that. We are not so much interested by the origins of Genghis Khan in Mongols, but more than the 14th century. 14th century is really a crucial moment for history of for the history of Asia. In particular, for example, we made some specific researches on the Little Iranian and Anatolian dynasty. The dynasties made the so-called Beylicates. Among them, there is the Eretna Beylicate, which is a very important Mongol Beylicate. And in the same time, in Iran, there is a similar phenomenon, like the Jeuni Kurban or other little dynasties. In the same time, Donatella worked on China and worked on the Mongol side of the Ming dynasty, especially at the beginning. These two research are very fruitful, I think, to do together, because I believe this is an important field of research. Is perhaps, for example, also the fall of the Mongol great states like Ilkhanid, like Yuan, like Chagatai, represent a very starting point of the modern nations between brackets, of course. In particular, for example, the the birth of the Ottoman Empire could be seen as a consequence of the end of the Ilkhanid dominion in Anatolia. The birth of Timurid phenomenon is a consequence, in a certain way, of that. And the same could be said for Iran, where even though all the dynasties are frequently local dynasty, or even Arab dynasty, like the Mozaffarids, or they are very much indebted to the Mongol system. And why this system was so structurally important? This is one of the main questions, because in fact, the Mongol invasion was something different, was something very not so substantial in a certain way. It is there is some lack of knowledge in this part. Of course, the research of people like Michal Biran or other scholars made a great change in the perception of all these ideas of Mongols. But I think it's a promising field. Also, another part of our work is the extension of these kind of ideas to the modern period, to contemporary period. How these ideas are interpreted today. For example, how the Uzbek Republic now perceive the idea of the Mongol origin of the Uzbeks. This is a great question and very complicated, but anyway. For that, for example, we worked with Vincent Fournier, who is a French scholar, who worked a lot on the perception of the Russian idea of korenizatsiya, the self idea, or how do you say, the indigenization in French, of the perception of himself, of these people. And for example, we made a series of conferences in a center we have in Naples, the Center for the Study of Central Asia, on this subject, because we don't like very much the concept of identity, which is a really poor concept, which is a boring concept in my idea completely. And our research, we try to change the perception of this anyway. Also, going further on to this, all these ideas of too much conceptualize something like, for example, we made a great discussion now on Marshall Oxon's idea of Persianate, Islamicate, which are quite old in our mind. For us, they are very deterministic. They are linked with a period which was dominated by Soviet Union, which was dominated by another world, which is not the... we try to change in a certain way this kind of perception. These are the general view. Boy, after that, we have a lot of work on documents and text. This is the main effort we do. We work especially on written sources, that is the text. In particular, I work on Persian historical chronicle in general, and the few documentation we have, because there is not so much, Persian historical sources and Turkish historical sources, in particular concerning Iran, concerning Central Asia, and concerning Anatolia. Anatolia is a really interesting field, like now a very important, in my opinion, an important book of Peacock, Andrew Peacock, revealed the importance of Anatolia, the Mongol Anatolia, which is a very a dismissed question. It is forgotten Mongol Anatolia by all the scholars of Ottoman studies, of Turkey, which prefers another identity for Turkey, another idea of Turkey. Okay. Anyway, I think it's all. I am not so much to add. Perhaps if someone are interested by this research, I can send some off-print also for particular specific aspect of the research.
Thank you, Michele. With Michele Bernardini, our session is closed. So it's 4:30, and we have time to discuss, time for questions. So, is there any question to Michele Bernardini, to the other speakers?
I
yes,
see
David?
David. David.
I have a question. Can I go first?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if in the 14th century Persian sources there's an equivalent to the color symbolism for noble descent? Because we have Aksoyuk in the Turkic and we have Tsagan Yas in the Mongol, or rough bones, as opposed to the har bottom or har humus for the commoners. Is that found in the Persian sources, or does it come?
This is a fascinating question, I think. The question of colors is very important, especially also in Turkmen world, not only in Mongol world. Yeah, for example, Akko Yunlu, Karako Yunlu. I work on the geographic perception of colors, which is also the idea of north and south, that is east and west in reality. Like the map of Al-Kashgari demonstrated that where you have the white side, in general, it's the western side, or no, the contrary, is the eastern side, and the black side is the western. And the white side is hegemonic on that time. There is some works on this question of colors, because I think some works, for example, Sid Ruiz, I think, worked a lot on this specific question of colors for geographic and even for the power construction in the 14th century. In the 14th century, a lot of dynasties are white or black. Kara, Ak, or not only Karakoyunlu, Akkoyunlu, for example. This is the more, but even some other dynasty before, the Karakhanid, the Karakhitai, are implied with this question of colors. And it's not a case that the Karakhitai, the Khitan, when they were Liao, they were not Karakhitai. They become Karakhitai after displacing themselves to in the west, to the west. This is, I think, I have not heard in particular people with the name of with Ak. There is a lot of people with which is named with white or black. Yes, but this is Kara Yusuf. There is a lot Ak Songur, Ak Buga, and so on, especially in Turkish nomenclature. Yes.
Okay.
Ben.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for David Smith. Your speech closed with 3 questions, and the last one about the property regimes. And I would like, if it's possible, if you can talk about this issue, your thought about it, your hypothesis, David. If it's possible. Something
My
more.
main interest is, this is a dramatic question for an historian.
No, Michele, to David.
Ah, of course. Sorry.
I'm curious to hear about Michelle's dramatic historical interest. Actually, shall I quickly try to answer that question quickly now? I think there was some advantage to state property and collective property. It's already well understood. It's not inconceivable that it could be reintroduced in some. Private property is very difficult to change. I think the global dominance of a particular liberal regime of rights over resources is so universal as to be very difficult to imagine that will change. So I think the realistic answer is it will probably have to be within either company property, state property, or individual private property is likely to be an institution that could be utilized. And I actually think that large corporations, a large pastoral company, possibly a state-backed one, could theoretically be a private one, but anyway, something that recaptures the economy of scale, that combines ownership in a number of different pastoral resources, obviously Bilcher, grazing land, but other resources, Hodger and Oss and all the things you need, and possibly actually the livestock too. So actually, in some ways, the property relations may be less important than the working practices and the controls and regulations over resources. But anyway, that's my quick answer. But I'm curious to hear Michelle's key dramatic historical position.
In particular, on what? Because I heard a little bit about the questions. Sorry, could you repeat the question exactly? I heard David, but not Nadia. Your question was.
Yes, Michele. Yes, my question was about the speech of David Smith this morning, and he posed the question, what sort of property regimes would be needed for large-scale pastoral system in the future? So I asked him his thought, hypothesis about it.
I think the answer of David is good for me. I adopt the ideas of David because in reality, today I'm not a great expert of the perhaps of the projection of the past in today, but not so in the. I can see something trivial perhaps on this subject, but anyway. Okay, that is not. I adopt the idea of David completely for that.
Well, then, can I adopt your comments on the word identity and the concept of identity? I strongly agree with you. I think it's.
No, this question of identity is really a sort of obsession, but is a really dangerous idea, I think. It's not, for an historian, could be terrible. Another question also, we work a lot on that, and we will do a sort of seminar in the next year, is on the myth of origins. For example, that Marc Bloch called the l'idole des origines. That is a typical question of this kind of countries, because there is the invention of the origin. For example, I do an example. In Kyrgyzstan, there was the invention of the origins for adopting the figure of Manas, which is a mythical figure. There is no real person. But in Kazakhstan now, I was invited to participate to the origins of Kazakhstan, and in particular to celebrate Al-Farabi as the founder of Kazakhstan. Something which is completely without meaning, nonsense. But it is, we need to work on that. We need to work on the phenomenon, especially in modern times. This phenomenon is fundamental. Yeah, also the foundation of Uzbekistan, which is, Uzbek is a Mongol term. It was used, they were Mongol, the Shaibanids were Mongol, they were Jurchid. But there is a refusal of this Jurchid origin for a more abstract and unknown local origin, which is, in any case, the question is the origin, why we need to identify the origins. Perhaps this is a problem also in Europe. In Italy, we work on the origins of the Italians, and no one knows what are the origins, or in Britain, or in, yeah.
Yeah, I strongly agree, because the conceptual impact of nationalism and the origin, the ethno-national origin myths that the nation produces, I agree with you. It's a really powerful process. And our region, this region of Asia, is a very good example of how powerful it is. But it's also terrifying to see the nation state successfully colonizing 21st century Asia, Eurasia, okay, but to have the nation state colonizing the history, obliterating real history, and creating some ethno-national myth instead is infuriating. It requires your scholarship to stop it.
Yeah, no, our scholarship, in a certain way, it's also yours. The question is, the main problem is, I think, not to define the identity, but to deconstruct identity. It's a terrible question, because it also implies the relation that we have as scholars with the institutions of these countries. This is a crucial point, because I don't want to break my relations with these countries, and I want to work with them, and I don't want to be the teacher of what is true or what is not true. This is a crucial point, because the question is that we can. I don't want to be an Orientalist even if, because, for example, yesterday we had there was a great meeting with an Iranian university discussing Italian-Iranian relations. This was very interesting, because every people want to say that is the meeting of two civilizations. For me, it's absolutely not interesting. This is not interesting. The main question is why it's a long relation, a long durée relation, and with different phases, stop, but it's not forcibly Italian, because Italy wasn't here. Iran wasn't here. There was not this country in the past. The past demonstrates that Central Asia was completely different. Iran was not here like it is today. And the question is this one. But there is the question of it. They say, okay, but linguistically we were the same. But it's not true. The first Persian text that we know are written in Hebrew alphabet, in Neo-Persian. They were found outside Iran, in Afghanistan, and they are not representative of an identity. This is the great question. And okay, and the same for me is for Mongolia and for Central Asia. And this is a great question. If we want to build a national history, is okay, but I'm not interested by national history in these terms. Ecco. Thank you.
No, thank you to you for the exchanges and discussion. And is there any question for other speakers? Silence. So, Nadia, would you like to? Yes, yes. So, Nadia, come here.
Chiudi questo che ce l'hai attivato. Questo. So only a little reflection, very, very little, after this very rich journey, a rich seminar. Mongolia is a very, very complex word, as all the world. It is interesting for me, but we have also a particular attitude in favor to Mongolia. We have a sort of affect. If I think 3 words about Mongolia after this seminar is change. Change is the most recurrent, the most frequent word in this seminar. And for example, climate change, but also identity with change, history with change, so on. But we listen also some new word about Mongolia, surprising, maybe a little, as for example, ontology, Amazonia, in relation to Mongolia, and so maybe it is interesting to put in contrast also Mongolia with other country in order not to take Mongolia isolated as in the imaginary is frequent. During this day, we have been distracted by the technical problems because the seminar with the platform is difficult, and I need to reflect more about your very important, interesting relations. Very stimulating, but one thing I think is important for me is the contemporaneity of Mongolia, as Roberta Mayon put in light. the real time of Mongolia, the current event of Mongolia is very important. And so I think I could do some reflection in the next day, and we invite you, all of you, at the national seminar of tomorrow, if it is possible for you, but is in Italian, is not so easy, maybe. But this is for us another day of reflection about Mongolia, and we are very, very happy of this possibility. Thank you. I leave the floor to Sabrina to conclude.
Thank you. Just a brief conclusion, because of our seminar, our conference continues tomorrow, and as Nadia tell you now, tomorrow we have also a workshop with about Kashmir commerce between Italy and Mongolia, in particular between the district of Prato and Mongolia. So it's very interesting for us to connect these different côté of the society, so the production côté of the industrial of Kashmir, and so the business, and the pastoralism, and the so the issues about the nomadism and the future of pastoralism, and the increase of the Kashmir commerce. So for us it's very, very interesting to open a dialogue about it. So you are warmly invited to participate. So I don't know if is there any question or something else. So thank you very much to all the participants for this rich conference, and see you in next time. We hope in presence, and we hope to organize together a conference for next year in presence in Florence. So thank you very much again.